Good morning, everyone. If you could take your seats, we'll get started at 11. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Harvey. I am Chair of the Tourism Advisory Council. It is nice to see you all today in Billings. This will call the June 4th, 2024 meeting of the Montana Tourism Advisory Council to order. The digital Zoom platform will record the meeting electronically for official meeting minutes. This recording will not be edited and no content will be cut. For the Tourism Advisory Council, the mics in front of you have a little push button, and please, to speak, please push that button, bring the mic close to you, say your name, and then speak your comments. For those of you in the audience, you're welcome to speak as we move forward. But when you do so, please raise your hand, and when called upon, please help the public by identifying yourself when you speak, explain any acronyms, such as TAC is Tourism Advisory Council, that may be used in discussion. And if you're referring to documents, please state the name of the document you are referring to. So with that, I will do introductions of the Tourism Advisory Council. And with that, we're going to start with Matthew. Welcome, Matthew, our newest Tourism Advisory Council member. If you could just tell us who you are, where you're from, and just for today, what you're most passionate about the tourism industry.
Sure thing. You hear me okay, this one? Yeah. I am Matthew Gibo. It's pronounced Gibo, which often gets mispronounced, so I won't be too mad if you do. I'm here representing Glacier Country region. I live in Whitefish, Montana. I am the Sales and Marketing Director for Whitefish Mountain Resort. So happy to be here representing sort of winter sports as well as the Glacier Country region.
Saber Moore, representing Southeast Montana.
Good morning, I'm Mike Johnson and I represent Southwest Montana.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joan Cronebush, representing Central Montana Tourism.
And good morning, I'm Haley Ship with Missouri River Country.
Thank you all, and I'm Alicia Harvey. I am representing Yellowstone Country, and I'm at Museum of the Rockies, and I am most passionate about this industry.
Sorry.
For all of you sitting in this room. That's all right, we'll do better. Council will do better. All right, with that, welcome Matthew, and I apologize for not getting your name correct. By the end of these two-day meetings, I will get it right. With that, I would like to bring to the attention of the council that we held our February 6th Tourism Advisory Council meeting virtually. Thank you all for attending that. We also held two virtual Tourism Advisory Council meetings to make budget approvals and changes. Those happened on March 9th via Zoom as well as May 9th. And with that, got my little voting cheat sheet. I recommend approval of the February 6th, 2024 virtual TAC meeting minutes, March 9, 2024 virtual TAC minutes, and May 9th, 2024 virtual TAC minutes. Is there a first?
This is Saber. So moved.
Thank you, Saber. Is there a second?
This is Joan. I'll second.
Thank you, Joan. Is there any comment on the virtual meeting minutes as published? With no comment, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please press your mic down and say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, the last three meeting minutes have been approved. Wonderful. Thank you so much. With that, I will ask if there's any changes to the agenda. And nothing online. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move with the agenda. At this point, I would like to invite Alex Tyson to the mic, who is our host, and asking her to give a couple comments of welcome. Alex.
Good morning. Thanks so much for being here. For those of you, I know that many of you, it was a trek, so it means a lot to us. I don't think that in my tenure of being in this position that we've ever had a TAC meeting. So welcome, and it's a pleasure. A couple of things. So I wanted to just welcome you on behalf of the Billings Chamber and Visit Billings and Visit Southeast Montana. We have some visitor information in the back of the room. We've got some goodies and treats on each of your tables, as well as a QR code that goes directly to our visitor guide while you're here. Tonight is at Zoo Montana from 5 to 7. It is a little windy if you didn't notice. I know most of you blew in, so might want just a little jacket or something like that. The pavilion where the food and the beverages will be has like garage doors, so we should be protected. But as far as accessing the grounds and the animals, you might want to have a little warm jacket or something like that. Hopefully it dies down just a little bit. But we're happy that you're here. If you need anything, please let us know. My team will be there tonight. Allie will join us a little bit later today as well. And of course, you have Brenda and Sarah here if you need anything too. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Alex. I also would like to thank Alex with Brandon T. and Jenny and Jamie and their staff at the Department of Commerce and the rest of the team from the Department of Commerce and Brandon T. for making this meeting possible. Thank you so much. We're happy to have you here. With that, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. And if you are here for public comment online or here in person, please state your name and where you're from. This is the time to comment on matters falling within the purview of the Tourism Advisory Council. Please also note there will be time available to speak on anything we have on the agenda item. So please, if you have anything to say from the public, please raise your hand. They'll give you a mic on any of our agenda items. But is there any member of the public who would like to give comment at this time? Thank you, Candace. I see your hand. We'll bring a mic over.
Candace Strauss with the Montana Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to say thank you very much to Visit Southwest Montana, Visit Butte, the Butte T-Bid, many of the private industry partners here for the convergence, which occurred in Butte, Montana 2 weeks ago to celebrate National Travel and Tourism Week. Also the Film Office with Department of Commerce, Allison Whitmer. We had an amazing gathering there to celebrate not only tourism, but film and outdoor recreation as economic drivers for our state. And so I just want to thank everyone who helped support that event and very proud to be a part of the industry. So thank you.
Thank you, Candace. You put on a wonderful event. It was a pleasure being there. Anyone else? Seeing no further public comment, I would like to welcome all of the DMOs and the agencies and the staff and representative of our destination marketing organizations with us here today. We're excited that this meeting is really about you and looking forward to your marketing plans and hearing from you. So welcome, nice to have you here. And over the next 2 days, we're just super thrilled to hear from you. And before we get to those, we'll go ahead and go to our committee reports. So at this point, we have 4 council members whose term limits expire at the end of the month. And we did not create the plaques and awards to hand out this time because we're hoping you reapply and that we see you again in October. And if not, we'll see you again in October for your plaque. As you know, that's a nice thing to do for thank you. So we're foregoing plaques, hoping that you are reappointed. And with that, it is Mike, the current vice chair. Thank you for your infallible service to the council, and I couldn't do it as chair without you. Thank you. You've been invaluable to me, and please reapply. Nathan Sangader, who is a business member from the Blackfeet Indian Reservation. We always know he can't make the June meeting because of his business that he runs up in in St. Mary. So thank you to Nathan for representing, and I hope he reapplies. Also to, we have Haley Ship, who's right here to the left, who has been invaluable to us representing Northeast Montana. Thank you, Haley, and again, we just hope you reapply and can't wait to see your little one here. That's always been a staple of the TAC meeting, so thank you for that, as well as Paul Makarishian from Yellowstone Country, and he owns Lone Mountain Ranch. So he is traveling on the road, and we just are very grateful for him. And we all couldn't do it without you. And I know on behalf of the council and the DMOs, we're grateful for you, and thank you for your service. All right, thank you all. With that, we'll turn it over to Dr. Saber Moore to give us an update on the Montana Heritage Commission.
Thank you, Alicia. The Montana Heritage Commission is meeting on Friday of this week, which means I'll have a much more in-depth update for you all in October. What I was told I could say about our meeting is that the acting interim director of the Montana Heritage Commission is Kate Steele. We are interviewing 2 candidates for the director position of the Montana Heritage Commission on Friday, so I'll have some more information for you all after that. And the season is off to a strong start. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Saber. Any questions from the council or the audience for Saber? Seeing none, we'll move on with a tribal tourism update with Haley Ship.
Absolutely, and of course, thank you to Rochelle Brown. She gave me most of this information here this morning, and we'll have a more in-depth look at tribal tourism this afternoon from her. But she wanted me to make sure that we welcome all regions and CVBs to consider attending a powwow, an Indian relay, or a rodeo as a vendor this summer at your nearest tribal neighbor. Right now, Rochelle is getting sponsorships together that'll provide vendor booth slots that are reserved for outreach and for engagement. So she'll have a specific place for you at those different events. Her team is going to be at least at one event per nation, and you can go to visitmt.com, of course, to see the Indian country events and the dates and where you could be a member. And then Brenda Moss, continuing her efforts to create relationships with the Crow and Northern Cheyenne, and applauding her for her commitment with that. We also talked about Nathan already, Nathan Sangader, who couldn't be here today, but he is continuing to be a mentor as well as a trusted counselor to the Montana Indigenous Tourism Alliance, as well as in his own tribe. And then big things happening in East Glacier, Babb and Browning. There was a ribbon cutting yesterday at Buffalo Calf Campground and Teepee Rentals. So grand opening there for them. And again, we'll hear more from Rochelle later on today.
Great, thank you so much, Haley. I think if you want to raise your hand in the audience, very good. We'll bring the mic to you.
In light of your name, please. John Laney from Miles City. In light of Haley's comment, we just hosted the Horse Nation Indian Relays this past weekend in Miles City. Amazing crowds, tremendous show. It was great. We are going to be putting in a bid for the Nationals for next year. Hopefully Casper is underfunded and we're not, but if you've never been to an Indian relay race, they're the most exciting things you can ever see. It's going away one of the best. Well, they call it an extreme sport, and it's crazy and it's fun. So I recommend everybody do that, and hopefully the first weekend in June of next year we'll have the Horse Nation Indian Relay opening round in Miles City.
That is great news. Thank you, John, for sharing that. I appreciate that. Any other comments from the council or the public regarding the tribal tourism? All right, moving on. Marketing update. I'm going to turn it over to Mike for a moment to give the May 23rd Marketing Committee meeting update.
Good morning. Members of the TAC, typically in the past, the marketing committee would meet to approve budgets. There was an interpretation change in our rules, and now the full TAC must approve budget increases. So in the minutes that we approved a minute ago, we approved the meeting minutes of those budget increase requests, and that's been done and is not a marketing committee function any longer. In terms of the marketing committee, then the remaining function that I see the committee having is to meet and give preliminary approval on all of the DMOs marketing plans as well as the regions. We did that. I think, fairly extensively on the May meeting, and now we're here with a full slate of requests for all of you to approve. If you were here with us last year, we did not bring a full slate of approvals. We had one that did not make the cut during that first committee meeting. We are proud to say this year, though, we are prepared for all of them to be approved unless something goes very wrong today. Any questions for the marketing committee?
Great, that was perfect, Mike. Thank you. Yep. Perfect. We're moving on then to recognition of eligibility, easy for me to say, eligibility for the new DMO, Sydney. And if the Sydney rep would like to stand today, we would like to see you. There you are, right up here in the front. We are so happy to have you here. So with that, Council, we have the honor of recognizing and considering a motion to recognize Sydney to bring into the fold as a DMO under the state statute. So with that, I am proposing a motion to recognize Sydney as a new destination marketing organization for the state of Montana. Is there a first?
This is Saber, so moved.
Thank you, Saber. Is there a second?
This is Haley. I second.
Thank you, Haley. With a first and a second, is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, the marketing committee recommended approval of this motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. Any further discussion? Well, I'm just pleased as all get out to bring Sydney back into the fold. So that is my comment there. And with a first and a second and no further discussion, I call for the vote. All in favor, please press your button and say aye.
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 Press your button to say no. Let us know if you abstain. Voting unanimously, the Tourism Advisory Council has welcomed Sydney as a new destination marketing organization. Congratulations. Wonderful. We're going a little bit ahead of schedule. I'm looking to Jenny and Alex to see if we're ready to go with Mandy. Oh, great. She's on virtually. Great. With that, I welcome Mandy Rambo to give our Montana Department of Commerce agency update. And Mandy, it is a thrill having you here with us virtually in Billings. And with that, I will hand the mic over to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Sorry that I could not be there. My brother, he was in a car accident over the holidays, and just some further surgeries and medical stuff with him. So I'm doing that. So apologies that I cannot be there in person. I think my update will be relatively short today, but a few items I did want to update the Tourism Advisory Council on is first that we have hired a new division administrator for our business MT division. She started yesterday. Her name is Mackenzie Espeland, and actually comes to us as an internal promotion from our community MT division. So excited for her to be in her new position and to be leading that business MT division, where there is some overlap with tourism businesses.
Mandy, sorry to interrupt you. We're having a challenge hearing. Mandy, maybe if you could speak a little slower. I didn't hear that name. It's a little garbled here in the room, hearing you on our end.
Okay. Sorry.
Mandy, we've lost you altogether there. We'll just go ahead and have you start over, if that's all right. Hi, Mandy, it's Alicia. Just checking to see if you can hear me. Yeah, we think she was on a cell phone, so we'll wait to see if she calls us back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hi, Mitch. It's Alicia. And if you're ready, we'll go ahead and move ahead to you and circle back to Mandy when we get her back on. Good morning, Mitch. Would you like to go ahead and go?
You bet. Good morning. Can you hear me okay, Alicia, in the room?
Yes. Yep, we sure can. And we can see you too, which is nice.
Awesome. Yes. And I like Mandy, I apologize I'm not there. I had every intention to be there with you for this meeting in person. However, I wasn't thinking straight because I knew we had a baby due on May 24th and baby came on May 20th. And it's a little early, I think, to leave my wife alone for an overnight with a 2-year-old and a 2-week-old. So I am in Dillon today, but still here virtually to give some updates. So I know Todd has a video that he was going to queue up first. And so I'll give him a second to queue that up, but and introduce it. So it's just a creative teaser of some of the production we did for this last winter that we hope to be using in the upcoming winter. So one of our goals, if you remember from the last TAC, was that we would be ready to give some updates on what winter 2024-25 will look like, and we're ready to do that. So Todd, I'll let you go ahead and hit play.
There's a passion for Montana's great outdoors that awaits all of you. And snowmobiling, the reason we snowmobile isn't because we're motorheads. The reason we snowmobile is because that's the way for us to enjoy Montana's great outdoors, and our state still has a bounty of that.
It's a really perfect day. So sunny. The snow's really good. It's still cold, so the snow's fast. We're having a really good time.
Won't you just be mine? Ray of sunshine, I just want my ray of sunshine. Get away from this rain for a minute, please. I just want my ray.
Awesome. So again, that was just a teaser video that we have put together with Windfall, our new creative agency of record. And that's from production that we just did this last winter. I'll kind of back up just with the timeline and give an update just for a reminder of where we've been since January, really. We've onboarded 3 new agencies of record. We offboarded our previous agency of record. We've brought on 2 new members of the team, Amy Miller, who's our multimedia content manager, and then Brandon Pendergast joined the team starting yesterday as our new project manager for the team. So we're extremely excited about that as well. We have since then completed a short winter production to help us prepare for next winter. We have launched the warm season campaign for this warm season, which is in play right now. And we're in the initial stages right now of research for the rebranding for the Visit, the Destination Montana brand. You'll hear us call that a few different things right now. We're calling it the consumer brand for the state, the Montana brand. It's the big brand that we see at visitmt.com that really promotes our state in so many ways. Many of you have likely heard from us as well to participate in some research with our research agency of record, Lawrence and Schiller, some discussion groups that have been going on with stakeholders. If you haven't heard from us on that, you'll likely see a survey here in the coming weeks where we're also doing surveys about the brand to get a good understanding of what is the perception of the current brand as it is. What are maybe some wishes that the brand represented things better, just so we can do that upfront learning we need in order to really approach the rebrand in the best way possible with as much information as possible. A part of that, back to winter, is that we are on track to have winter audiences and a winter marketing plan ready to announce and provide to our partners, all of you, this month at some point. And so what you'll likely hear from us here is an opportunity to join a webinar where we'll review what that is, what those audiences are going to be. We have our initial winter survey came in a week and a half ago or so with Lawrence and Schiller, where we were able to get some initial insight into it. That's going to help us further refine what our audiences should look like and what markets we'll be targeting with our media agency of record, Medium Giant, and with their help in the placement for this winter. And so we're really working hard to get our timeline again in a better place to where it's more advantageous to you. So that we can be coordinating as much as possible. Of course, we've tackled a lot in the last 6 months, really the last 12 to 13 months, but the last 6 months have been very busy, very focused with all of the many factors at play with new agencies, getting everybody onboarded and jumping right into the work. So I'm happy with our team and everything that our team has done and pulled off. It's been phenomenal to watch the talent come through. We know the areas that we need to improve. We're looking forward to more collaboration with all of you. And so there's a lot in play though right now, and it's very exciting time to be a part of marketing in the state of Montana. I can tell you that. So I think I covered the high points that I wanted to, just some updates from the timelines that we've shared in the February TAC meeting, and we're on track with that. We would really like to also keep on track to provide an update on branding as soon as possible, if not by early August, if not sooner, on where we're looking at that. And you'll start likely seeing some circulation of some concepts and ideas that we'll be testing out with partners so that we can kind of get a good read on how people are feeling about the direction that we're going. And we really are focused on the research and the data that points us where we're going. So we'll have good reasons for what we're doing, but we'd still want to hear what the thoughts are. So we'll be finding ways to circulate as we go here to make sure there's opportunities for feedback. So that was my update. That video is really exciting. It was fun. That was primarily in Southwest Montana, where that production happened in the rural parts of Southwest. As you may be aware, our winter campaign this last winter was the smaller ski hills and all the stops in between the smaller ski hills. The snow didn't necessarily turn out for that, but we really like that concept, and it can be applied in the next winter. So you might see a little bit of that, but we have even more content to add to it for next year. And let's just make sure we get a lot of snow. If somebody can put in their snow orders early, I'd appreciate it. So I can open up to any questions, but that was the marketing update for today.
Thank you, Mitch. Congratulations on your new arrival. We're all very excited for you and your family as it grows. You're welcome. Hey, Mitch, I've got a question for you. With the onboarding of the new agencies, how has that impacted positively or had some opportunities with executing the spring and summer campaigns?
I will say we had really about 2 months to get that from planning to execution and off the ground. And so it went very well considering the timeline we had to get it all pulled together. To take production that we had done last summer, to put it together, have a strategy behind it. We made some slight changes to the That's How You Montana mark. You might notice there's a slash in a different place, but for the most part, we continued on with the That's How You Montana campaign. So, but to bring everybody in on board in that short of a time frame, very positive. I'm looking forward though with what we learned through, there's a lot of, that's like a pressure cooker environment when you bring in 3 agencies of record plus our team. And we're all trying to figure out how to get something done that usually takes, 6 to 8 months to pull something like that off or more. And you put people in that pressure cooker, and I'm really happy with how it worked in that short amount of time. I'm even more excited about how it's going to work when we have more breathing room, where we have milestones that are, a couple months to a milestone rather than a final product deadline, where we can have media in play at the very beginning of a campaign launch rather than, we're catching up with getting the media actually rolled out. Those are the things that I'm looking forward to differently, but from what I've seen, it's been very positive, and I have full confidence that we're gonna nail it with the larger timeline to breathe for this next winter, and then of course upcoming launch of the new brand and warm season 25.
Thank you, Mitch. I'll open up to council questions, please.
Mitch, this is Haley, and I apologize, you've probably already covered this before, but what would that ideal calendar be of how much breathing room you need ahead of a campaign to get it all out as you would like to strategically do?
Yeah, I think we're on track for that, Haley, right now, where we're talking about winter in June rather than in August, because that's where we were a year ago. So I think we're getting closer to that. I don't know what the ideal timeline is, but my ideal is that we have enough time to do things correctly, to really vet them, to give the opportunity for partners to hear and even incorporate our plans into their plans. And so that timeline kind of shifts. And I know there's a lot of nuances with partner marketing plans, all the plans that you all will be reviewing and approving over the next 2 days. We want to get ourselves in a place where we're collaborating on those, and our timeline to whatever and however extent is possible enables better collaboration between the state and the partners. And so that's not a perfect answer, Haley, but we're getting closer. And I know that sometimes that can be a moving target, but we are getting closer to where, again, we're providing an update in June now about what winter will look like next winter. And it can hopefully we'll get that to where it's even sooner, but hopefully as we do that, we're getting this information in front of the partners so that they can use it. And it's not just us saying, here's our campaign, hope you like it, but it's too late for you to use it, if that makes sense.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mitch.
Hi, Mitch. Joan Cronebush. A question about the 3 agencies. How does that are they, whoops, there went my name tag. Are they all working together, or are they assigned a season, or tell me what that looks like?
Yeah, great question, Joan. So we went out for RFP, and we finished that in November of 23. And for that, we have 4 tracks is the best way to view it. One of them was data and research, and the data and research AOR agency could only be the data and research. They couldn't hold creative or any other track. They can only be exclusively that track. Then we had a creative track, a web track, and the media or advertising placement track. So 4 total tracks. We ended up selecting Lawrence and Schiller for data and research. They're out of South Dakota. Windfall out of Missoula ended up being awarded the creative and the web scopes. And then Medium Giant out of Texas was awarded the advertising media contract to be our AOR for placing our media. They each have those tracks. So we all work collaboratively on everything. So really at the front of like the rebrand or a campaign concept, we do our research first. So Lawrence and Schiller really get started first, but we collaborate on a weekly basis with all 3 of the agencies involved and our team, to where we're always talking about the projects we have in flight, how we need to collaborate, who's really owning what components of a project, but it's kind of all agencies at all time scenario, because each agency is bringing a specific track or skill set to the pie. Does that help?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mitch.
Yep, thank you. And it's been fun to learn. That's new, right? In the past, we would have had one agency of record to do everything. This is new to us to figure out how to put all these pieces together, because each of those agencies has the capability to do all 4 tracks. They could each have been awarded it singularly, but that's not how the RFP was designed. It was designed to offer 4 tracks and get the best results for those disciplines. And so we have 3 agencies marrying them together and really acting as one agency, even though they are 3 separate entities plus us. So really 4. And that's that pressure cooker. In really 2 months, we figured out how to be a family really fast.
Mitch, this is Mike. If you'll bear with me, I have 3 questions. The first one I'll take off of the teaser that you gave us for the coming winter campaign. We're still using the "This is how you Montana" tagline, for lack of a better word. As I think about that, I guess my mind sees that as something old or something we've already done. So when will we start to see something new from a creative side as we look to what you just talked about in the new family of agencies? Will you first speak to how long we'll keep, and maybe we're keeping it, I don't know, "That's How You Montana," and when can we expect to see something new if that's on the horizon?
Yeah, that's an awesome question, Mike. That's How You Montana really was new last summer. And so this will be the second warm season. And it was used through the winter as well, that it's being used. Then the rebrand that I mentioned that we're kicking off will include a new campaign. So That's How You Montana is really our campaign. And the new brand will also have a new campaign with it. We are testing That's How You Montana to say, how does that work over previous campaigns, like Montana Moment, Get Lost, just so we can learn how it's resonating, because it has had some play for over a year now that it's been out in market. So we're learning on that, but likely there will be a change. But it is its 2nd year in use, or at least 2nd warm season in use. But that's all a part of that rebrand process that we're undergoing now. And you will see new creative with the new brand.
And that new creative will be after the winter campaign then, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, you'll see one more winter campaign. If we can start incorporating it, great. I just don't want to set unrealistic expectations that we would have a new brand basically by September in order to launch it for this winter. Our goal is that we will have the new brand with new creative, new campaign out in market in March, so that it would really see the first light of day for warm season 25.
Thank you. Switching gears slightly back to Alicia's question, I'd like to take it one step farther in terms of her question regarding the delay and all the work that had to be done to integrate the new agencies. Can you give us an indication of how much marketing spend was done or will be done in fiscal year 24? So it took time and obviously delays. How effective were we at actually putting marketing on the road in 2024?
We very effective. With the caveat that getting media in market obviously takes a little time. So our goal was to have the warm season campaign out the door April 1st. We did have like the website launch turned over to warm April 1st. But there were a few things that were a little bit that caught us, like getting the account ownership of our Meta account. So all of our paid social, Facebook, Instagram, you might notice those are now out in market. You'll see some sponsored, but that's really in the last couple of weeks that those have been able to be out because the ownership of that account had to be figured out. And that if you've had to figure out how to transfer ownership of a Meta account, you'll know how taxing that is. So getting those pieces together, which are now done, that won't impact us going forward. That delayed getting some of the media spend out, but as far as authorizing the expenses, we did that quickly, and it was right on par with the media spend that we had in fiscal 23 for the warm campaign. And so we've done a pretty good job at getting scopes authorized to get that budget out and make it work as fast as we can, with a couple nuances, like I mentioned, like the Meta account that did prevent us from getting paid social out in market as soon as we wanted to. It is out now, however.
Can you quantify at all what was spent in fiscal year 24 on the function of marketing?
Yeah. So just as a rough number, the media spend for warm season 2024, so that's out of this budget, was 5.5 million of the total marketing budget we have. And I can get the specific numbers, Mike, but we're right on track with spending the same amounts we have in previous years, which were outlined in the RFP. With the 3 agencies in their specific disciplines. And I can provide a better report with the actual numbers of authorized scopes that have been signed since January.
I would appreciate that, and I'll extend the invitation that you send it to the rest of the council members. I think it would help us just understand better how the money is being spent. And if I could indulge the room for one more question, and in this one, I'd like to actually involve the audience if we could. Mitch, it's my understanding that there's been a transition of our international marketing thought process, and I'd like you to maybe just tell us exactly what you're now thinking is our international strategy. And then as a subset of that question, the department sent out a request for input into how we ought to be thinking about international marketing. Will you confirm that you're actually getting feedback or getting the feedback that you wanted or needed? And if that's not an affirmative, how can we help you get that feedback?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Mike. So we are developing our an international strategy, which is new. The previous international strategy really was it was a relationship with a multi-state consortium. That was the strategy, is managing our partnership or membership in that consortium. What we would like to do is have a program that's more direct with Montana. We're not trying to recreate any other consortium. We still will play good neighbor with all the neighboring states that we have with RMI. We will be as collaborative as we can be. We're not trying to recreate that, though. We're trying to figure out what does international marketing need to look for Montana, so that Montana gets the benefit of our marketing spend internationally. And that includes looking at potentially different markets that were not available to us, international markets that were not available through us through that consortium. And that's something that we're learning about. So that strategy is not defined now, as we just made that decision a month ago or so, maybe a little over a month ago. to not renew with that consortium. That's a part of that feedback though, Mike. So thanks for asking. We have received quite a bit of feedback to that initial survey, which has been very enlightening, both on both sides. Like some people say we've made a grave mistake, and some people say, can't wait to see what you come up with. We're very excited to participate. It just depends, right? And so we're taking all of that feedback in and sorting through it. There will be future feedback points though, Mike. And so we'll make sure that when we're ready and we have another round of here's what we need your feedback on, that we communicate that out clearly through TAC, and here's what we need from the partners. So we're really right at the beginning of that phase, and it will be a part of the rebrand too. That's going to be inclusive. What you find is you have about 6% of the total economic impact brought in by visitation annually is from international tourism. So it's a significant chunk, but it's not as so significant that it should totally create an entirely separate brand that should be international. And so what we'll do with the rebrand for our commercial brand, consumer brand, that typically focus domestically, is make sure that it applies internationally in the markets that we determine we have a higher rate of success at attracting to our state. And the ways that we do that is direct with bringing journalists to Montana that we actually know. We can search and see that they have written recent articles, and we know they want to come to Montana rather than us going to them and telling them about Montana. We'll bring them here directly, and we'll facilitate that and bringing them to your areas so that they can see it firsthand and be better advocates for you. And that's a part of that research component that we're doing with LNS, as well as learning about some of those markets and which ones we maybe aren't being able to access through our previous strategy. So it is in development, though I don't have like a document to hand over yet of what our strategy is.
Okay, well, while we have Mitch big and bold on the screen, is there anybody in the audience that wants to speak to the international market, international marketing? If you didn't get a chance to submit a survey, might you want to say something? Or if you did, might you want to add to your comments? Is there anything we need to say to the Department of Commerce about international market?
Thank you. The chair recognizes Barb Nealon.
Thank you so much. Mitch, we appreciate the fact that you guys are looking at new markets and new ways of marketing internationally, because I think it's terribly important, and it is a big market for us. I do have to say, though, that I was extremely disappointed in the way that Commerce handled the decision to pull out of RMI. It was jarring to everybody that was involved in it, and I feel like the DMOs that actually did attend RMI were blindsided, and we were the ones who had to answer all of the questions and all of the surprise about the decision. And I think it was really hard on everybody. So my request to you guys would be that the communication with us happens before the fact and not a week before it's going to happen, about what directions you're going, and allow us to have a little bit more feedback, since we're the ones whose boots are on the ground and people are the ones who have to answer to the decisions that you guys made.
Yeah, thanks, Barb. We completely recognize the unfortunate circumstances that put everybody in that position. And there's, of course, more details that you may or may not have heard, but happy to always have a conversation. I would also ask in return, we want to be your partners. And so there was a reason why we had to make a decision about the membership, or whether we were continuing or not with RMI when we did it. It was actually so that we were being good partners with the remaining states involved in RMI. And with that, it left us with a gap of communicating to our partners in state, and then the RMI issue that you mentioned. So we're well aware of it. It was very unfortunate. We apologize for the position that any of you were put in for that. But going forward, we really hope that we're partners directly with each other. So feel free to pick up the phone and call me directly anytime if you want to understand more detail about our decisions, or if you have questions or how you can be involved. It's very much an open door. Some of you have called, and I so appreciate that, because there's always more details that help each other when we're in these situations. we can explain more of what our decisions, where they came from. In that setting, we really want to be good partners with RMI though. So I really don't want to go too far there, because it could be misinterpreted, and that's not at all our intent. We just really need to step back from that relationship and figure out how international works best for Montana. And whether we rejoin RMI in the future, that's on the table. It was always on the table too, but we're going to do some research first and really make sure that that's the best path forward.
Thank you. Any other comments from the? No, thank you. Mitch, where did the money for your budget for the international market, where was it reallocated to this year? If it wasn't spent on international marketing, where was that reallocated? It's Alicia.
Yeah, it continued to be allocated to the RMI contract and managing that through the end of this month. That's when the contract actually terms out. So we are still members in RMI till the end of this term, and it will continue to be allocated for international and developing that program.
Thank you. Another question for you. Mitch, what are your thoughts and your strategies moving forward with the reemergence of the bus tour and group tour program?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of feedback on bus tours, and that's a part of the puzzle that we're trying to incorporate all of this together and understanding that. There's some nuances there where we're not sure how that was associated with RMI or if it was at all. However, I have heard feedback from a couple different places in disparate parts of the state too, so it's not just in one area, where I've been asked in one sense, can you please bring back bus tours to Montana? And in one sense, we have bus tours going. We really appreciate, that we're here and how we're supported by international. And so that's a part of the research we're doing and will be a part of an ultimate plan if the data shows that we can help promote bus tours.
Yes, thank you. We have a question from the public. Go ahead.
No, there we are. Tanya Medler with Discover Kalispell. Mitch, you may have said this. I don't believe you did. Do you have a timeline, approximate timeline, when you expect to launch a plan for your international marketing? The international spending and visitation is increased and creeping back up to pre-pandemic levels, and we did rely on the state's exposure and spending to reach these international markets. We did invest in RMI regularly, so in order for us to have any impact in those international markets and to maintain the relationships that we had made, it'll be helpful to know kind of a timeline of when you anticipate to get something out and have a plan for initiating international marketing again.
Yeah, I would, thanks, Diane. I think that by fall, we should have some initial ideas of what that will look like, and really having that incorporated with the launch of the Warm Season 25 is what our intent is, along with the new brand. Because as I said before, that our international approach will be a part of the new brand, not a totally, a siloed or separate activity. So it really aligns with that same timeline with the rebrand, but hopefully we'll have an international plan in place, or outline at least, to be communicating out with you all sooner, so that it can be, we can implement it together when we're ready for that. So I hear that. I don't have a date for you right now though, but I completely hear and understand, and that's on our radar too, is to have that communicated out as soon as possible.
Hi, Mitch. Joan Cronabush again. I want to shift back to the motor coach industry. I'm not sure about the National Tour Association, NTA, but I know your division or your department has been involved in ABA, the American Bus Association. Well, do you have, well, is it too soon to say that you will or will not be participating in that anymore? Or I know you said that there's research happening, but maybe I'll just leave it there.
Yeah, I don't have anything different to offer, Joan, but let me see if I can dig into that a little more, because directly I don't have in my last year with the team, that's not something that I have actually been directly involved with. But like I said, I have had the feedback on just bus tours generally and what we're doing. And the question is, what are we doing to help support that or bring it back in areas where it's no longer existing? So it's on our radar. So I don't have anything different to add than that. Unless somebody else, I don't know, Jenny, has anything different on that you're aware of from the past, but there's nothing immediate right now to share other than it's definitely a part of a component in what we are researching to put together in a strategy.
Thank you.
Mitch, you can't see, but Jenny's standing against the wall shaking her head no. So she said she has nothing to add. I will close this, Alicia, with just a comment, Mitch, and maybe a request. In all of the marketing plans that mentioned international markets or international customers as part of their plan or of their base mix, I asked each one of them to help me quantify how much international business they actually saw. And I think to the person, they all came back and said it's really hard to measure, it's really hard to know, they don't have great research tools. So to the extent that the research you're doing on international markets could be shared and augment the data sets that these DMOs have, specifically where international markets are significant, I think that might be a helpful link for both of you to use. So for whatever it's worth, I think everybody's struggling with the data side of this market.
That's really where we're at too, Mike. So that's good to hear, and we appreciate that. Like, you know, if you can quantify the amount of international travel and tell us why they came to your area, what motivated them to book their trip there, where they first were, what inspired them to book their trip. That's the data we're looking for too. And that's why we are where we're at.
Great, thank you, Mitch. What kind of promotion is going on for the Montana Dinosaur Trail for this warm season?
Yeah, great question. That the Dino Trail is incorporated into a lot of our creative and media. It's along the itineraries that are out at visitmt.com. And we did production last year in Glendive last summer with a paleontologist. So you'll see that if you haven't already seen that creative. It's really cool with the kids getting to actually uncover a dino bone. And so it's a part of the campaign. It's a part of the itinerary that the Dino Trail's incorporated. You'll see it's dropped in there and mentioned quite a bit.
Great, thank you. And I want to thank you for that brochure distribution along the major travel corridors as well, and hope that that continues. With that, I think we're gonna, any more questions for Mitch before we move on? No, great, Mitch. And just one last request. I can't speak for my council members, and I'll be the first to admit I get inundated in emails, but I'm not aware of seeing any invite to your previous listening sessions. And I was just going to maybe ask if Jamie and Alex, if you could work with Mitch to make sure the TAC members are aware of those listening session inquiries and branding, because I've not seen anything in the past, but I'll be the first to say I get a lot of emails. So thank you, Mitch, and we look forward to participating with you on your upcoming listening sessions and branding initiatives. So thank you very much, Mitch. Sure.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I'm going to look to Jenny and Alex to see who's good. Great. Great, so we're going to pivot to Jenny. Welcome, Jenny and Jamie, to the podium. We'll circle back with Mandy Rambo in a little bit. So with that, no further ado, Jenny, it's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you. You all can hear me, right?
Okay, I'm going to try this standing and walking around thing, not because I expect to be entertaining, but because I got roped into doing the Spartan race a week in advance of the race with no training specific to the race. And it was super fun. It was on Sunday. And now I was feeling really good about myself. And then yesterday I started to feel things I haven't felt in my wrists and stuff. And today I can't turn my head without moving my whole body. So if I sat there, I would only be able to look at Mike. I'm Jenny Pillay, and pretty much everybody in here looks familiar to me, but just in case, I'm the division administrator for Destination MT. And within that division is the Office of Tourism, which in broad brushstrokes covers our tour investment programs, I'll just call them that, but our tourism grants and upcoming loan programs, the Made in Montana program, Governor's Conference, TAC administration, et cetera. And that's run by Jamie, who will provide an update soon. We also have the Montana Film Office with Allison in the back of the room, and then budget and operations. This past year, our focus has been almost entirely on rural tourism development, and we have been extremely busy building and deploying numerous programs that have emerged out of Senate Bill 540 from the last legislative session. I believe that we are nearing the end of this phase of development, and we hope to complete all necessary arms processes prior to the end of this fiscal year, and definitely prior to the mandated break that occurs prior to the legislative session. So there's a mandated gap in time where we cannot process any arms. So you've heard about these programs probably ad nauseum right now, from the point that Senate Bill 540 was passed, to the presentation of our resulting strategic plan in Butte, to updates on the pulse calls, if you are on those, or our working group calls, and then at our more recent TAC meetings. So I am just going to give a few updates on some of the new programs and where they sit right now, and then Jamie's going to follow up with some as well. So the first one is the Regional Assistance Program, which we call the RAP program. And just a reminder, eligible applicants for that were any CVB with a budget below, a TAC approved budget below $500,000, or did I say region? A region below $500,000 or a CVB below $75,000. That application process closed on May 20th. 6 of the 8 eligible entities did apply for that program. We've completed the first round of scoring, and 3 moved forward, and 3 were sent back for additional information. So we will be evaluating those remaining 3 on Wednesday, and we hope to execute all 6 of those contracts by the end of this fiscal year. And if you're not familiar with the guidelines, and specifically for Sydney coming on board, this is a 2-year contract. So we did put an interim cycle into the guidelines. So any new CVB or region, but CVB that comes on board after that initial contract will have a chance to come in midterm to be eligible for that program. The next one is the revolving loan fund, and this has been developed and it's filed with the Secretary of State. So we're waiting for approval from the Secretary of State, and that time we'll be posting the hearing date and the public comment period for that revolving loan fund. We're in a gray area right now because once the arms are filed, we can't talk about the program publicly because we can't influence the public comment period. So I don't know exactly where we are in that cycle right now because we haven't gotten it back from Secretary of State. So I'm just going to say, keep an eye on our website and Gov Delivery for that, because that's where we'll be posting the information, the guidelines, and also the date for the hearing and the dates for the public comment period. Finally, the Resiliency Implementation Grant, and this is not part of Senate Bill 540, and this is not bed tax funding, but it's a program that we're developing and launching simultaneously. This actually came out of federal ARPA funds that were allocated to the state from the Economic Development Authority. And the first half of that funding, you may recall, or you're probably involved in, was developing regional resiliency plans. And those were all completed, and the state level aggregate plan has also been completed. So now we move into the second phase of that, where we had half of the money set aside to help with implementation of those resiliency plans. So the entire, well, I shouldn't say the entire, the second half is being deployed to the regions to apply for that funding. So the eligible applicants are the regional leads, which are essentially the heads of all the regions, the tourism regions.
And that deadline is currently July 16th. We've extended it a couple of times because this is a crazy time period for everybody, but also because we've made some updates to the guidelines after having some good conversations with the regions and making some adjustments on that. So we will be closing that July 16th and then awarding those dollars. And if every region applies and is awarded, they will get up to $250,000 for as seed money, basically, for implementing those plans. And then finally, I have posted a position to help manage the Regional Assistance Program and the Loan Fund Program. So if you know of anybody who's looking for a career move that's going to be largely focused on grant coordination and administration, that job is posted on our state job site. And it's posted until filled with our first review of applications on June 13th. So encourage anybody you know to come in sooner than later on that one. So we've had so much going on, and it's really been that way since the pandemic, where the ground's constantly been shifting. And so we've assumed this mentality of really all hands on deck within our group. So with that, we sort of divided and conquered, where I'm leading on the programs that I gave the update on today, and then Jamie and her team are leading on other programs. So I'm going to hand it off to her to provide an update on the event grants, the pilot community program, and agritourism program, as well as any other updates she might have in the Office of Tourism. And then at the end of the agenda, you will hear from Allison, who's the remaining program within our division, for updates on film. And with time, do you want us to just wait to the end for questions from any of us?
We'll go ahead and have questions for you now, if that's all right. And then housekeeping for everybody, come and go get tea. We don't have any official breaks put in. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions specifically for what Jenny just presented on.
This one by.
Wait, Rebecca, hang on. We need the mic for recording purposes, please. All right.
I'm Rebecca from Dillon CVB, and I didn't catch, when did you say that the implementation or the grant award for the RAP program would be? End of July?
I think you're mixing two. So the Regional Assistance Program is RAP. That one closed in May. And then the Resiliency Implementation Plan closes July 16th.
Sure. Sorry, I wasn't clear. When would the grants be offered to those eligible? Once they're approved?
So like basically when will we sign contracts and get the money out? Well, if they're on the 16th, we're hoping to be able to turn them around probably in 2 or 3 weeks from there.
Okay, before July, probably.
Well, they close is July 16th, so
okay.
I would say more like early August.
Okay, great.
Are you talking about, so now I'm confused. Are you talking about RAP or are you talking about resiliency? Oh, sorry. So RAP is, we have already scored and evaluated 3. So they're already in the queue.
Okay.
And then the 3 that we needed in more information on, we're going to score on Wednesday, and they will go in the queue. So you should be seeing contracts on that, hopefully by the end of the fiscal year.
Okay, before July.
Yep.
Go ahead, Mike.
Jenny, just a quick question. You talked about the resiliency, $250,000 available to the regions. This concept of applying, what happens if they all don't apply?
Then I have to go back to the feds and figure out, because they're subgrantees to me, and so it's all part of this grant administration plan. So if we need to change the guidelines, I would work with them and then figure out how we would redistribute the money. The goal is to get the money spent. I don't think the feds want it back. We want it on the ground. These plans are really great. I don't know if you've had a chance to read them yet. The amount of energy and the amount of actionable items that have come out of those regional plans is really impressive. So I'm hoping that all regions come into it, because I want to see those plans be put into action, but we don't want this money to be wasted. So we'll figure out a way to redistribute it.
Thank you. Where will those plans be posted once they're approved?
They've been up for a while. They're on the Brand MT site. So if you go under resources, they're posted there. All of the regional plans and the state plan are under in one box.
Awesome. Thank you, Jenny. Yeah. Any other questions for Jenny? Great. Thank you, Jenny. Moving on, Jamie. It's good to see you today.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for making the trek. Thanks again to Alex Tyson and Billings for hosting, and Alex Burrows for organizing as well. We just call them at this point Alex Squared because they're just fantastic, and so show them all some love. So just a few quick updates, as Jenny mentioned. We received over 60 event grant applications, and we were able to fund 52 of those. Currently, the award letters and contracts are going out on that, so that's pretty exciting to finally see that come to fruition. We have the pilots. We are hoping to send out notification of those in the next week or sooner, possibly. We're just waiting on approval to move forward with those. We received 24 pilot applications. It was a lot to read, but they were really fantastic. A big shout out to our committee that put the hours in. I know it took probably at least good 30 plus hours for each of us to read, and then 2 days of review for those. And so we're really excited to be able to announce who is going to be awarded with that. Agritourism, we are hoping to get the arms solidified for that and filed by June 25th is our last date that we hope to have that finalized, possibly sooner, which would mean it would be an August 13th. If everything goes through the process, it would be possibly adopted August 13th and go live with an application later August, probably the 23rd of August. That's all tentative, of course, depending on how that arms process goes. And then so you all know, Barb will be working on contracts for the DMOs after this meeting, and the goal is to have those fully executed. That means to you all, and then back and signed by August 15th at the very latest, so that you get your first distribution payment on the August 25th, I believe it is. Let's see. As Jenny mentioned, the arms process does shut down in July, and it will reopen in January. And just a couple of updates on Governor's Conference. Go ahead and save those dates if you haven't already. It's going to be April 27th through the 29th in Helena this year. If you were at the Governor's Conference this year, or next year rather, if you were at the Governor's Conference this year, you got to see a little teaser video from Helena. That was pretty exciting, and we're excited to have it in Helena this year. We did have almost 400 people attend this year, and so we're anticipating that we'll have a good participation level next year as well. The theme for that is going to be Montana Tourism, the road ahead. And the speaker application forms are going to be released, I think, probably later this week. And then those will be live until August 30th. And so take a look at that when it is released, and send any good speakers our way. We'd like to have some good diverse speakers. Just a quick staff update. We did hire Beth Story. She's based out of Dillon and is moving to Helena currently. She's our new tourism investment coordinator. And so she's going to be really working with folks in the field to help identify various funding opportunities that you can blend and braid and layer and capital stack. So keep an eye out for in-reaches from her. And then you all may have already met Taylor Tidwell. She is our tourism outreach coordinator, and she is helping the grants team continue to move all the contracting and letters and all of those components to get those done by the end of the fiscal year. And she's been with us since February, like I said, so you may have already met her, but just a little shout out to her because she's one of our newer folks. And then just a general shout out to all our wonderful folks on the team who just have been working so hard to make sure that we just keep the train on the tracks and get things done as quickly as we can. Even the legal and our contracts team, everybody at the agency has been really busy just trying to stay up to date, get things done in a timely fashion, and things always move a little bit slower than we want them to, but there's many cogs in the wheel, so we just keep pushing forward. So that's my quick update for you all. Are there any questions?
Any questions from the council? Oh, we've got one in the back. We're bringing the mic.
Thank you. Brenda Moss, Visit Southeast Montana Region. On the second cohort for the community grants, do you know an approximate timeline for that, please?
At this point, we're not sure on that. We're just trying to get these done and moving, and then as soon as we have an update, we'll be sure to let everybody know. We just need to get all the pieces moving in the right direction and get those contracted, and then we'll kind of see how that initial phase goes and then plan from there. Thanks, Brenda.
Jamie, can we stay on that subject? Can you give us any more specificity? You've got 24 applications for the pilot grant, which is very encouraging. How many are you planning to award?
7.
So all regions and a Indian country will be awarded?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Alex, do we have anybody online with questions? All right. Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks,
very much.
everybody.
Appreciate you being here. Are we ready to go with Mandy, or shall we go ahead and move forward with Rochelle?
I am
Hello,
good
Mandy.
if you guys can hear me.
Welcome back, Mandy. We are so glad to hear you loud and clear, and we just love it if you could start from the top. And
Yep.
you've got. Thank you, Mandy.
Yeah, sorry about the poor reception. I'm gonna blame hospital Wi-Fi, so sorry about that, everybody. But my first update that I had is that we have hired a new division administrator in our business MT division. She started yesterday, and her name is Mackenzie Espeland. So she is an internal promotion, moving from our community MT division, where she was the community and economic vitality program manager, and then into this position, like I said, on Monday. I'm so excited to have her in her new role and taking over that role in business MT. The second item that I did want to share is I know that TAC had requested a policy update regarding the 2025 legislative session. So I do just want to make sure that everyone is aware that, policy items run through approval processes at the department level and through the governor's office as part of the creation for the governor's budget, which is then released in fall of this year. And so we do not have an update to provide at this time, but as soon as we are able to share information, we will make sure that we do get that shared as quickly as possible. But did just want to clarify that that's why there was not an update there. And then the last update that I had, I know Saber touched on Montana Heritage Commission and that we are actively recruiting.
Mandy, we just lost you. But we think you accidentally got muted. Mandy, we accidentally, I think something happened to have you muted when you first started talking. Mandy,
sorry,
if you
what was
wouldn't mind with the Montana Heritage Commission, we think you accidentally got muted.
Oh, okay. Am I still muted, or it looks like I'm good on my end?
You're good to go to start with your Montana Heritage Commission.
Okay, so I know that Saber touched on that we are hiring for an executive director at the Heritage Commission. And we do have interviews scheduled for this week for that position. It is still posted until filled, just should we make the determination not to move forward in job offering any of the candidates we are interviewing. I do plan on providing an update to the Tourism Advisory Council after the Heritage Commission meeting on Friday, specifically regarding Stonewall Hall updates and other preservation updates for Virginia City, Nevada City, and Reader's Alley. But want to be able to provide that update to the Heritage Commission first, since they are the owners. So that is why that update was maybe a little bit shorter than normal, is just ensuring that we are giving the information in the correct order there. But I will send out an email with a written update on Stonewall Hall and other preservation efforts. And those were the 3 items that I had. My update was pretty short, so I'm happy to take any questions though if there are questions.
Mandy, this is Mike. Just a quick question, and maybe the question is for Jenny. You mentioned that the Business MT has a new division administrator. As we originally started the loan program, the Business MT division was going to manage that. Is that not going to happen moving forward, or will it go back to Business MT?
No, it will remain in Destination MT and with Jenny and her team.
Thanks.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mandy. Thank you so much for your patience in coming back to us and
Yes.
waiting. We're very grateful for the work you do, and thank you for keeping us all in the loop. So thank you all very much. All right,
Yep,
Rochelle.
thank you.
You're welcome. Rochelle, we welcome you to take over. And it's good to see you in person. Thank you, Rochelle.
Testing. There we go. Hi, everybody. I am Rochelle Brown, the Tribal Tourism Officer from Department of Commerce, Business MT side, Office of Indian Country Economic Development. We're a 4-person team, and our new program manager, who I think is starting his 9th month on the job, is in the room with us. I'd like to introduce TJ, if you wouldn't mind standing.
Hello, everyone. Yep. Yeah, I'd just like to quickly introduce myself. Good afternoon to the council and to all attendees here. So, yeah, my name's TJ Altacruz. As Rochelle was saying, I'm entering about my 9th month with the Department of Commerce, the Indian Country Economic Development Program. And so Rochelle, obviously, as you know her very well, she's our tribal tourism officer who's, doing a great job of championing our tribal nations and all the tourism aspects there. So, but yeah, we have an exciting summer right at the doorstep here with all across Indian country, and we're going to be working very hard to, create engagement and really just champion tribal tourism across Montana. So thanks it's good to be here. Good.
Thanks, TJ. Also, TJ, you live in?
Yes, forgot to mention that part. I work remotely. I live in Colstrip, Montana. So right at the doorstep there of Northern Cheyenne and Crow. So yeah, it kind of gives me the ability to, be closer on the eastern side of the state to visit the tribes on the eastern part. So it works really well. And as Rochelle said, we have a 4-person team, including myself. And
Great. Thanks so much for coming. I thought it would be really informative for TJ to come and see how dynamic the tourism industry is for Montana, so that he could get a better understanding of all of the regions, all the industries, the council members, and how you represent all the different aspects of tourism, as it is a big driver of economics, and we're hoping will be a growing enterprise and industry for Indian country. In my update, I'm trying to stick with these 3 guiding lights, which are to expand the opportunities, to elevate the brand, and to inspire visitation to Indian country. And I hope that those of you that were able to go to the governor's conference this year was able to see, as we're trying to build gains on people becoming more familiar with what Indian country has to offer, and some of those that are trying to be small business operators, or what a powwow event is like, to get that inspiration to come and have a visit. Oh, I have a little clicker. Okay, yay, I got a clicker. Okay. Great, thanks. So we have an update on an ongoing scholarship. We're about midway through this scholarship program, which is production assistant training. We had 80 scholarships, 10 per tribal nation, for tribal members aged 16 years old or older. enrolled members to become trained in the production and film, commercial, concert, theater production industry. Part of our elevating of the brand is for our tribal citizens to not only have opportunities in front of the camera, but also behind it. So we have a contract with Accelerate MT Media Training Center. This is kind of our current count. We still have gains that we need to make in Northern Cheyenne, Rocky Boy, and Fort Belknap, but some of our other tribal members have really taken advantage of these fellowships. And working with Linwood Fields, I may have given you this update in my last update, but a film that the first 2 cohorts of scholarship recipients participated in, their film, Return to the Blanket, was featured in the Big Sky Film Festival, Documentary Film Festival, and it received first place for the Indigenous Challenge. And those that were on that can already put that as a winning production on their resume. Additionally, these skills are applicable in so many other industries. So they're transferable, and they just help give that confidence for our tribal members for them to consider getting their stories in front of a national audience. We had a great Made in Montana trade show working with Susan Joy. In fact, Susan and Alana just took a trip to Crow yesterday to do some outreach for the Native American Made in Montana program. So we continue to recruit new members to the program and then give those new members who can get into the wholesale industry an opportunity to secure wholesale orders, so that when we have people and visitors going around Montana, going to gift stores, hopefully they will see our label and one of our tribal members that is a producer and a creator, and they can shop local and support our Indigenous producers. So you'll see that we had representatives from 2 tribes. We had Little Shell was a little more heavy centric this year. We got some new recruitment to the program, and those had never been sponsored before. And then Melissa Tromley from Blackfeet, she got a large order with Glacier National Park, Yellowstone National Park, and a gift store and cut bank. So we're very excited about her getting her placement into the national parks gift stores. Then, of course, you know, our governor's conference, we had a lot of different elements there. And just, again, an opportunity for us to promote our program, Native American Made in Montana, Indian Equity Fund. We've got those that are doing more educational experiences, tour experiences. And so just the more that we can elevate the voice of our tribal citizens, the hope is that they will start to make gains in this industry. And then to further inspire visitation, we created gift certificates for those that were given out in our breakout session to give people the opportunity to get out there and have an Indian country experience. And then further with the idea that that Alana brought to the table with having a powwow grand entry. We had that on the awards ceremony evening, and taking the feedback from those that experienced that. If we're able to do something like that in the future, we'll make sure that the entire room can have equal opportunity to see and engage in that experience. Then right on the heels of Governor's Conference, I headed to IRU, where I did see some of you there, and we engaged with the international community for booking agents. We were able to bring Sun Tours with us at that speed dating with the international booking agents and representatives. Derek DeRocher, who is the son of the DeRochers, he's taken over the business. He's now the general manager. And they have 10 buses. They employ 10 to 15 tribal members in Blackfeet. They're expanding their offerings. They did receive an offer for a receptive contract with a receptive tour operator. It's private to them, so we're not sure if they're gonna get into a contract. But it was our goal to go there, have that engagement. A lot of the international clients are requesting Indian country experiences, and they're wanting authentic cultural engagement, on the ground, real Montana kinds of experiences. So we learned a lot in that trade show. And then wrapping up, So I'm doing these event sponsorships. If you have an interest in coming as your DMO, your CVB, your agency of record, you know, someone from commerce who wants to be a vendor, ITRR, we have secured 5 vendor booths per event, per nation. So those could be spread across a number of events. So if you look at our Visit MT site, Indian Country events, take a look at that calendar and see if there's an event that you're like, you know what, I'd like to go. This is a date that works for me. You'd just be doing a 1 day. We'll have a booth registration for you already. You can bring your canopy and your table, any of your promotional materials, and it's an opportunity for you to have engagement with the community. You may recall that a goal for this year was for me to do forums, to try to do tribal tourism forums and have those hosted at each of the nations. And the logistics of that just started to kind of fall apart. I also got some feedback that you could put all this in and no one will show up. Well, I know where everybody will show up. They show up at the Indian relay races, at the rodeos, at the powwows. So it's better that we're there where they're at rather than trying to get them to come to us. So a part of our engagement with rural and tribal Montana is for us to be on the road as state workers and for us to be out there meeting the citizens where they're at. And so we think that we'll have far more success if we are a vendor and we're there for them to come and engage with us should they want to. So if you'd like to come and do that, please contact me. I will follow up with an email for the list of the events and dates that our team is going to. The first one on the calendar is not this Saturday, but the following Saturday in Fort Peck. That is the Red Bottom celebration. After that will be Crow at Crow Native Days. And then the weekend after that, after 4th of July, we'll be at Northern Cheyenne. So those are the first 3 coming up. They're over here on the east side of the state: Fort Peck, Crow, Northern Cheyenne. And then I'll get the rest of the dates to you so that you can see if you want to come and be with us. You could be a vendor right next to us. So we hope that you will consider doing that. And then we are also, we've got 2 scopes of work with our agency of record, Windfall. We're working on our new video production for Visit MT when we do the rebranding come, you know, the new launch in 2026, I think is our goal. We'll have new Meet the Tribes videos. And then we're also at the same time gathering content for a new Indian Country guidebook to also be rolling out in 2026 with new branding. And so those are the works that we're doing right now this summer and next summer, and some shoulder season, potentially sporting events to try to build that content and bring in a fresh look to Indian Country for Montana. And then we're also looking at collaborations with the Montana Arts Council and Pat Doyle with Fish, Wildlife, and Parks to see where we might also have some additional stories like we did with Pictograph Cave last year, where we could maybe build out some additional Indigenous story and elevation around our state parks that are adjacent to or in Indian Country. And then speaking of arms and new grant programs, I do have a goal of seeing if I can speed through and get my arms in under the gun, under the deadline for Indian Equity Fund, tribal tourism businesses. These are small business promotion, 3 per tribal nation, $10,000 for tourism-based businesses. And there's a focus of food vendors like food trucks or brick and mortar stores, Native American made in Montana businesses, all sorts of things, hosting, guiding, tours. So we're hoping to get some more small business operators out there so that when we launch our new products in 2026, we will have new businesses that we can direct people to. And I think that might be it. Yeah. Any questions for me?
Great. Thank you, Rochelle.
Yeah.
So great. I've got a question for you. With that last thing you mentioned about the grant program, does that require a match?
Yes. So it's again, I have to go through ARMS. So I have some rules that I have to get cleared through leadership, but the loose kind of structure of it is a 10% match. And someone who already has a business, let's say that they're already paying approximately $1,000 or more for their web hosting, that would be considered a business expense already meeting the match.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
now I'll open it up to other questions from the council or the floor. Seeing none, thank you, Rochelle.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
you being here. Allison, it is always a pleasure to see you and get an update for us on a film update.
Hello, members of the council. I'd like to welcome the new members. I'm Allison Whitmer, Montana Film Office, Destination MT. And Todd and I will be showing you 2 pieces today before you break for lunch. And here's an update on our current productions. Yellowstone, the television show, is in production on season 5B. They're filming in the Darby, Hamilton area and Missoula. They'll also be filming for 2 days at the Montana State Capitol this next week. And they are actively doing casting calls for extras. If you want to be an extra, this is your time. There's a Facebook page called Yellowstone Extras. And 1923, another television series, is currently filming out of state. They are planning to return to Montana in October. They normally film around the Butte area. So we have Montana's quality of landscapes and color for characters inspired 2 recent films. One, a reflective approach to a group of soldiers sent to the West, and the other is a modern interpretation of classic Western with humor and vitality for audiences. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about the 2 films, and then a little bit after we see the clips. So the first one, The Damned, recently screened at the Cannes Film Festival in the Un Certain Regard category, where it won Best Director. I'll tell you more about the film later. And then Outlaw Posse, also filmed in the Helena, Yellowstone Film Ranch, Livingston area. And we're going to show those 2 clips, and I'll give you some more information.
This land has it all. I think it'd be a great life, raise a family. I'm looking forward to that day.
We're running low on rations.
Don't waste it here.
Our troops are down in New Mexico. It's going to take them at least 2 weeks to get up here.
2 weeks.
I'll do 60. Got one before?
Yeah.
Will it be shown?
Rapid.
We need to hold the line. Our guys will catch up with us.
Hear the robin? Man used to say when you hear a robin, everything's going to be okay. My first time I had a chance to shoot, it was like, I was just standing back watching myself when the gun went off. Like it just happened.
All right, this is the holdup. Go!
Sergeant Decker, you've come a long way to find you. How about a little history? Partway through the Civil War, some of the Southeast Working Corps. Some years later, I was sent on a mission to retrieve it with your father, and then he disappeared. I didn't know if my father survived the dead. We weren't exactly on the best of terms. Your daddy was spotted in a border town near Mexico. He's put together a team to go after my goal. I'll get to you, Mary. Mary's stagecoach, Mary's roof. You find your daddy, and you get your wife back. No! Bring me that gold and those men, dead or alive.
You gotta remember, Angel's after you, and he wants to kill you so bad, but he won't. You gonna shoot your own son?
Be mad that you're planning a job. I need it.
Ladies and gentlemen, raise your hands up!
Butch and Sundance are clever, white and black, in cahoots with each other.
Whatever you two do, just stand up, count me in. Come on. Oh, that's all you gonna have left.
As you can see, the Western is alive and well. So these are two very different interpretations of life both during and after the Civil War. The Damned, which was the first one, is done by an Italian director living in the United States. That was filmed in Anaconda and Helena. And I want to give a big shout out to the U.S. Cavalry School. They're based out of Fort Harrison, and they're a group of guys that get together and do Civil War reenactments, and they also do the Little Bighorn Battlefield reenactment, and they are becoming very capable actors. And I want to tell you that they set up camp for this film for 6 months on a historic ranch outside of Helena and worked on the film with the director from Italy the entire time. And it paid off because he won Best Director. And it's really fantastic. We're looking to bring that film to hopefully the film festival in Billings this fall. And so it did very, very well overseas, and we were very impressed to see the reaction that it got. And then the other film is Outlaw Posse, and you would recognize Mario Van Peebles. And this is a sort of a campy, fun Western that filmed in a great amount of places. They were in Nevada City, the Yellowstone Film Ranch. They went to Refrigerator Canyon outside of Helena. They went to Harrison and other locations around Park City. They had a screening in Bozeman on May 23rd that was very well attended. It's currently available on Amazon Prime. And it mentions two historic places in Montana, people. One of them is Stagecoach Mary, a real person who was the first woman to get a mail contract with the U.S. Postal Service. She hitched a 6-horse team of mail horses to coach in the fastest time to win the contract, and in a real story. And then we also have the owner of the oldest family-owned Chinese restaurant, the Peking Noodle. The owner of that appears in the film kind of as himself, which is they were able to incorporate all these modern and historical characters. So, any questions?
Those are great. Thank you, Allison.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? All right. Thank you very much, Allison. All right. We're going to take a working lunch and kind of resume back at 1 o'clock. But to have a little bit of order, we're going to have this side of the room, the left side, start, and then we'll move over that direction. Sandwiches are in the back. And hang tight. Those of you online, we'll resume at 1 o'clock with Southeast Montana.
Chamber CVB board, as you know, that we're managed by the Billings Chamber of Commerce. John Brewer is here as our president and CEO today, and we are also part of the Billings Tourism Business Improvement District. And so the board of directors there, we appreciate them very much. And I should note that Joe Studner, Urk Hotels, represents this property, as well as the Hampton Inn and Suites and the Homewood Suites. They're great partners of ours, and thank you for hosting us today. And here is our team that gets it all done. Our team, as all of your teams are amazing and so important to everything that we do for the tourism industry. And so I give them a round of applause, and you'll meet them all tonight. Our 2023 key business metrics, we really do focus on short-term rentals. I was just talking to Barb about that. Our Smith's Travel Research, our annual occupancy 62.9% in 2023, our annual ADR 130. And the core of what we do are here year after year, what we work really, really hard on to increase visitation to Montana's trailhead. But new this year is us making sure that we are not losing any momentum with regard to implementing and executing our strategic plan. It's a 2024 through 2027 strategic plan, very important from a tourism business improvement district point of view. As we approach 2027, it'll be the second renewal period for the Billings TBID. New this year, we are going to launch the brand and redevelopment for Visit Billings, and we will be branding Visit Billings Sports. We expect this will be a full 18+ month period for us to be able to do this appropriately, and it will be an all hands on deck process with our agency of record, Sunshine and Bourbon. A big part of what we'll be looking at in fiscal year 25 is the signature event for Billings during need periods. We're in the process right now of assessing. Obviously, January is very quiet for us, as it is many of you who don't have direct access to some of the outdoor recreation. But we want to make sure that we're supporting our partners and our business community during need periods. For Billings, we'll be identifying those formally and helping execute and plan and execute need period events. When we open this up for conversation, there's a lot of fun conversations that take place. Everything from outdoor pond hockey to making sure that some of our existing events during that time period and during our need periods are successful. So wait to see more on that. We're also in the process of researching the International Mountain Biking Association, or IMBA, opportunities for Billings. We're evaluating our sports tourism leadership options as Evan Decker, our sports tourism manager, looks at whether or not we should be a sports council, a sports authority, perhaps a sports commission. That will be a 12 to 24 month process for us. And we're also, this was on the list last year, is making sure that our community understands the importance of tourism. This is different than advocacy work for us. This is your neighbor and mine understanding tourism and the benefits to the economy.
Thank you. So turning over to the leisure marketing and the work that we've been doing in that front, I wanted to touch first on how we performed over the past year. And as many of you might know, we were honored at the Governor's Conference on Tourism for the Marketing Campaign of the Year. Specifically for this campaign, our last year's warm season campaign was the launch of our, what we call our Outsiders campaign, and the performance on that was insane. We were very, very excited to see the numbers. You'll see kind of down here, 20 million impressions, a click-through rate of over 6%. The introduction of PMAX increased our conversion rate by 114%. So using that opportunity of new options in terms of our digital marketing really performed well. So to carry on that momentum, looking into our fall winter campaign, which really focuses on not just our outdoor recreation, but the things that we have to offer in Billings that are unique to our destination, our symphony, our amazing restaurants, our craft brew trail, things like that are really great weekend getaways for our regional audience. We continue the Outsiders campaign into the winter months. So you'll see for Outsiders, winter is so in. We don't always have a foot of snow to go cross-country skiing. So sometimes that's your winter activity is at the symphony or at one of our pub station concerts or wherever it may be. And so that momentum carried us into the winter months, and we were very pleased with how that campaign performed as well. Specifically the videos that we put together, we had over a 66% or a 65% video view rate. The industry average is 29%. So we did very well with our creative on our videos. And so this is just a look at overall our campaigns over the past year and how it drove traffic to our website. Some of our top online markets: Denver, Dallas, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix. We also did a lot of great work in our public relations earned media efforts with some really great features in SIP magazine, as well as Zoo Montana being highlighted for being a certified autism center. So that was a really great shout out to our partner. Another campaign I just want to point out, because it will tie into the next slides, is our events campaign. The past couple of years, we've been running a campaign that really focuses on our regional audience again, and promoting the events that we have going from May through October. Billings is jam-packed with outdoor concerts, balloon festivals, et cetera. And so we wanted to make sure that we highlight those events and our partners in that aspect as well. So where are we marketing to and why it matters? Obviously, we have our two major markets would be our drive market, which encompasses all of that light blue. So Montana, the Dakotas, Wyoming, and now Idaho, outside of Billings, obviously. And then our flight markets, which are Portland, Salt Lake, Denver, Phoenix, Dallas, Chicago, Minneapolis, and you'll see down there Houston, and you might be going, when did Billings get a direct flight to Houston? And the answer is we don't have one yet, but they love it here so much that we still market to them because they are showing interest in coming. So last year we had a 10% increase in passengers flying over into Billings. So exciting stuff to see there. So now as we shift into FY25 and what we're going to be doing with our leisure campaign, one of the main things that will change in this year is how we drive our year-round visitation, and we're doing that. We are streamlining our brand and events creative this year. So as I talked about, we run a few different campaigns throughout the year, and they end up being just a bit segmented in how we do it. So we go from the winter campaign, through March, and then we shift into our warm season campaign in mid-April, and the events kind of picks up in mid-April, and then there's two-wheel market in there. And so what we want to make sure is that just moves a little more comprehensive and those brands flow more smoothly into each other. So that's a big shift for us, and we're excited to see how that goes. And then, of course, continuing to promote our current and emerging flight markets, showcasing Billings and their amazing events throughout the year, but just really promoting the entire destination. On the traditional and digital media tactics for us, we will continue to use that multi-channel media strategy because it is just so important to be diverse in how we promote. Meta and display continues to be a really high-performing option for us, and then which I mentioned earlier, PMAX is a new tactic we've been using. It's kind of a search mixed with intuitive marketing, so you're showing the behaviors like you might want to visit Billings or visit Montana, and then we get right in front of you before you even remember that you thought about it. So it's exciting stuff, and it seems to be working really well with the behavior marketing. And then again, new this year, we are also experimenting a little bit with digital out of home in our national flight markets as well. So think like touch tunes, displays, and things like that. And then social, again, continues to be an important piece. We are continuing to facilitate visitors and questions through our social channels and really trying to engage with those that are either currently visiting or planning a trip or have already planned a trip and are ready to plan their next one. And then we are working to update our blog a bit. So that'll get a little bit of a facelift, as well as we have some exciting content that we're ready to push out on that over the course of the next year. So, and I know I'm going through a lot of this really quickly, but and then our PR strategy, again, is another really important piece of that leisure marketing story. So we will continue to work hard at that. One thing that we are very excited later this month, we are hosting Roadrunner for an extensive press tour. So that motorcycle niche market will be really fun for us this year. And then continuing to partnership with Destination Montana and Southeast Montana when we can, as well as attending PRSA events and Destination Montana sponsored events. So that's it from me.
All right, thanks, Allie. And wrapping up, a look at our budget breakdown. More than half of our budget of $536,000 will be allocated to leisure marketing and paid media. We are also going to split a complete website overhaul between private dollars and our CVB dollars. I did want to just make note to the international market question that came from the TAC with regard to our marketing plans, that the international market to us is much like the rest of our portfolio. It's an investment portfolio. Rocky Mountain International was a portion of that. We look forward to looking to see what other avenues we have with the international market, but we'll continue to go to great lengths to make sure that we are relevant and that we're maintaining the relationships that we have as of now in that market. Thank you very much.
Members of the council, are there any questions for Visit Billings? I have one question, Alex. One of the goals of these presentations, as I asked you all to try to help me out, is to educate the room. And there was a bullet up there about your backyard, back fence advocacy program, trying to get tourism to be better understood by our neighbors and our friends. Can you give us just a couple more seconds on how you're doing that and how well it has turned out?
So we've wanted to do this since 2022. If there's many partners and other DMOs or DLOs, which we like to call ourselves as far as a destination leadership organization, who have executed very successful education programs to their communities. Omaha is one of them. The Chamber of Commerce does an aspirational city visit every other year. 2 years ago, we were in Omaha, Nebraska, and we were very, very impressed with their education campaign. It is a team up of their local news agencies, local media partners, billboards, think everything that we would typically not do in our markets outside of welcoming visitors for maybe a major event like a Goldwing or an air service committee or an air service air service on the brain, I guess, right? But we will be investing dollars all locally in that type of education campaign. Something that we wanted to do last year, but we were in the midst of the strategic plan, and so it got pushed as a project and will be executed in fiscal year 25.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience for Visit Billings? Can't see you very well back here, so yell if I'm not looking at you. Okay, Visit Billings, thank you again for being fabulous hosts, and thank you for all the great work that you do. Appreciate
Thank you.
Glendive, you are up next with Miles City on deck. When you are ready, just go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? I still hate public speaking. I'm feeling much more confident, and it's been a growing and learning year for our Glendive DMO, and I just want to say thank you to the TAC board and to the other DMOs. Special thanks to Alicia, Brenda, and Barb. Without your guys' support, we couldn't be where we are now, so thank you. Okay, we are thrilled to share some exciting projects that the Glendive DMO has been working on this year to promote our beautiful town and attract more visitors. One of our most significant achievements is the rebranding of the Glendive DMO logo. The logo on the screen was created almost a decade ago. So we wanted to create something that was fresh and vibrant, something that truly embodies everything that Glendive has to offer. The new logo includes elements representing the Yellowstone River, our rich dinosaur history, the historic train, and the stunning Makoshika State Park. The colors are inspired by the natural beauty of our landscapes, reflecting the everyday sights of our town. This creative and visually appealing logo was designed by Jamie Shanks, a talented and versatile member of our DMO board. Jamie's artistic vision and dedication to our community has been invaluable, and we're incredibly fortunate to have her on our team. In addition to the new logo, we have launched a brand new website for the Glendive DMO. Unlike our previous website, which was owned by another party, this new site is fully owned and operated by the Glendive DMO. This ownership provides us with the stability and consistency needed to effectively share our content and updates with our visitors. The website is user-friendly, visually appealing, and a comprehensive resource for anyone looking to explore Glendive. Recognizing the importance of an online presence, we partnered with Windfall to develop a robust social media campaign designed to drive traffic to our new website and social media accounts. Windfall helped us create engaging content and eye-catching ads that we can also use in print advertising. The campaign, named the Glendive 5, highlights the top 5 reasons to visit Glendive. Makoshika State Park is Montana's largest state park, offering a sprawling natural playground for outdoor enthusiasts. Visitors can explore over 20 miles of hiking trails, test their skills at 2 disc golf courses and an archery range,
and immerse themselves in the beauty of the great outdoors. For those seeking an overnight adventure, camping facilities, including a unique yurt and a sheep wagon, are available. The park, which encompasses over 11,000 acres of badlands containing dinosaur fossils from the Hell Creek Formation, also features a recently refurbished visitor center housing a Triceratops skull and other interpretive displays. Makoshika State Park is one of 2 stops in Glendive on the Montana Dinosaur Trail. The Yellowstone River, perfect for fishing, boating, and experiencing the serene beauty of one of America's great rivers. Visitors can enjoy activities like kayaking, jet boating, fossil and agate hunting, photography, and wildlife viewing. The river is also steeped in rich history of Lewis and Clark, offering exceptional views of the riverbanks of eastern Montana wildlife. Dinosaurs. Glendive boasts 2 stops on the Montana Dinosaur Trail, Makoshika State Park and the Frontier Gateway Museum. Additionally, the Glendive Dinosaur Museum, the largest dinosaur and fossil museum in the United States to present its fossils in the context of biblical history, features more than 24 full-size fossil exhibits, including an 18-foot-tall, 40-foot-long Tyrannosaurus rex and a 39-foot-long dinosaur that I cannot pronounce. We also have Beisch's Dinosaur Digs. They are taking the summer off, but then there is Dino Dave Paleo Adventures, and he is able to give guided hikes in Makoshika State Park to look for fossils. Short Pine OHV Recreation Area. This is an adventure spot for off-highway vehicle enthusiasts covering approximately 2,800 acres. This area offers OHV trails, rock hounding, wildlife viewing, and camping opportunities. In 2023, the average daily total was 72 a day. The heaviest months were from April through July, and they see 3,000 visitors coming through town to get to Short Pines. Art, museums, and history. Glendive is rich in Lewis and Clark history and has a vibrant art scene. The town features multiple beautiful murals created by students from the local high school under the guidance of their art teacher, who has fostered a love for art and community service. Our museums offer informative exhibits that delve into local history and culture. We also have the Pamela Haar Bronze Sculpture Trail. While we were at the governor's conference, we were visiting with a lot of people, and we were surprised at how many didn't know about the paddlefish. So something that we thought would be fun to educate our crowd this morning would be about the paddlefish. So in addition to highlighting these attractions, we also wanted to educate our listeners about the prehistoric paddlefish that thrive in the Yellowstone River, drawing numerous fishermen to Glendive. There are 2 species of paddlefish in the world, American and Chinese. The Missouri River and Yellowstone River are home to Montana's 2 paddlefish populations. The American paddlefish have inhabited Montana for 70 million years. They don't eat bait, and they must be snagged using heavy-duty saltwater rods. Anglers must have a special tag to catch paddlefish in Montana. The state record paddlefish was 77 inches long and weighed 142.5 pounds. These fascinating fish can live for more than 50 years. We are incredibly excited about these developments and confident that they will significantly enhance our ability to attract and inform visitors. Our rebranded logo, the new website, social media campaign, and educational efforts are all steps towards a brighter future for tourism in Glendive. Thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to welcoming more visitors to our beautiful town.
Thank you. Council members, any questions for Glenda?
We've come a long way in a year, haven't you? It is so exciting. I'm just jazzed at what you presented here, if that's an official tourism word. And It is really exciting, the work you put into your plan and your willingness to work together on it with many of us is very appreciated, and we're all cheering you on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I will echo those comments. I said it a week ago when we had our preliminary conversations. What a difference a year makes. You guys have come a great deal of distance, and for the $30,000 of bed tax that you're offered and the creative way you've leveraged that into other aspects of your budget and your community, I hope the community of Glendive is half as excited as we are about what has happened here. So thank you very much. Audience, any questions for Glendive? I see Joan's hand up. Joan?
Mine is not an official marketing question, but I think I remember last year John Laney offered support to you. What did you use any of John's?
Are you kidding? Did you not want
I'm just giving John at John Laney's expense, but thank you for this.
I don't hear any more questions, so thank you.
Okay.
Well done. And now the man of the hour. John, when you are ready, take us away.
Okay, what do we gotta do here? Okay, obviously you can see that I am the thorn amongst all the roses of Southeast Montana tourism, painful as it is to say. And Joan, you'll be able to tell from this that no, I did not have anything to do with their presentation because I don't have any pictures or any of that kind of stuff. You can all read my marketing plan, suitable for reading in all rooms of your house, some more than others. But with that, I took Mike's challenge on to try to share something that we're doing in Miles City, and it's not unique to business nor tourism, but we have decided that it's one of the easiest courses and probably quite a bit less painful as you watch your lives go on from a day-to-day thing is to just go out and buy business. We can market like crazy and we hope that it works, or we can go out and spend money and make sure that it works and spreads the money back around where it needs to be. So we put together what we call the Miles City Invitational Class C basketball tournament. It's done the first week in December. It just happens to coincide with the city's Christmas stroll, so we bring in 10 people or teams from out of town, actually 20 if you count girls and boys, to be in town for our biggest winter event. So if you look at the budget, it's kind of a unique process. We used $8,000. It's a total budget of $11,000. We used $8,000 of TBID money, which is sanctioned by our Tourism Business Improvement District. That money is used for, you'll see, the schools for lodging and expenses, and then we also pay the referee salaries and things. It's held in two gyms. The Sacred Heart School Gym, used to be high school gym, and Miles Community College. They receive all of the proceeds of the tournament. If we put together, if they get the gate and the concessions. So we'll catch up on that in a little bit. But you'll see that $3,000 of the 11 is out of our DMO budget. What we use that for is mail outs, the boosting on the internet and that, print and radio. I think the biggest thing is the mail outs, and what we're able to do with that is we send city maps, flyers, etc. for what's going on at Christmas stroll, restaurants, lodging, any kind of thing that we can put together that's going to make for a better weekend experience for the parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles of all of these great athletes that we bring into town. This is a breakdown of how they're paid. You'll notice that it's not they don't all get the same amount of money. There's a criteria that all the schools put together. This is the second year we've done it. And what they've done is, and you'll see the rankings, these teams are kind of paid by distance. It's a formula of distance, how they placed last year as far as being competitive, because obviously we want crowds and you want to have good solid basketball. So you'll see how they're all listed as like North Country. North Country won the state C girls. And they're from a long ways away, so they get a little bit more money. Plentywood was incredibly respectable in both girls and boys last year, so, and they're a ways away. So that's how we pay them out, and they all are very happy. The checks go directly to the school, and they're given to them a week before they come. So they have this money in hand to, in fact, give it back to the hoteliers, the restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. So we make a lot of friends in our TBID group because they get the money at $2, you know, a throw, and in North Countries, they give them back $1,000. So when those TBID members see those checks coming back in, it's a little bit easier to ask for $2 when you know you're going to get $1,000 back at some point in time or more, and I can get into that later. This goes back to what I was talking about. Both Sacred Heart and the Miles Community College netted over $6,000 a piece. That's free money to these, and these are both, obviously, Sacred Heart is a private school, not rolling in money, and Miles Community College is a county-funded, not state-funded community college, so they don't thrive in U.S. what is it, MUS monies that we all see. I'll tell you an interesting story about this too, and it relates to the economic success of this event. I was in a grocery store the week after this past tournament, and the Sweetheart Bread man cornered me in the aisle and let me have it for not informing him of this tournament because they sold out of bread. Is all these schools, these C schools, they come to shop too. They, you know, they spend their day buying stuff, and a lot of it's groceries. And I told him, I said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to not let you know, and I apologize for you doing so well. But yeah, it's an amazing, amazing thing that when you figure 10 teams from when we don't have to rely on the MHSA to give us these tournaments, we went out and made sure they were all here. Also, I'd like to add, we have a 4-team waiting list for this coming year's tournament. And we have petitioned the MHSA to allow them to play a day earlier. They have to start on the Friday that we start, but the MHSA is talking now of starting on a Thursday because their rules are you have to have 10 days of practice per sport. Well, 10 days of football practice is a little more intense than 10 days of basketball. So they're at least addressing that. What's next? We have been asked by all of these same schools, would you do it for volleyball? And so, and our TBID, all the hoteliers have asked if we would do it again too. So we're looking very strongly at doing that again. Plus, as I mentioned earlier, we're looking at the Horse Nation relays as we want to do the opener like we had this year, but we also want to take our best run at getting the Champion of Champions, which is in mid-September. So that's it. If anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them if I can.
Council members, any questions for Miles City? I'm sorry, Alicia, go ahead.
Hi, John. This is
Hi.
Alicia. So again, like Sydney, so proud of you. For those of you who have been in the room for years, I'm going to channel Glennis, a past TAC member, because she would be so proud of you if she was sitting in this room. You were one of her projects to bring you along to get the form filled out and measurable metrics in there. And all I had to do this year was ask you to flip-flop your columns. So I am very impressed with where you've come along and with your metrics. And
no misspelled words or inappropriate.
I'm gonna just gloss over
Right.
those. Yeah, so anyway, John, just cheering you on, and Billings can watch out with the sports team competition from you.
We'll work with them.
Very good, thank
Where's
you.
John? No, I would like to say there are 2 bars for sale in Miles City if you would like to join our fair community. Both the Bison and the Montana Bar have come up for sale. Ironically, I quit drinking 2 months ago, and they both came up for sale in the last 6 weeks. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but they're both thriving businesses.
Well, John, if you are nothing, you are entertaining. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Rounding out Southeast Montana's group. Brenda, you can finish this group. Take it away.
I'm a walker and talker. And by the way, for the record, I'm going to say I don't want to follow John Laney anymore because I'm not sure if I can be as entertaining as John. So, and welcome everyone to Billings and Eastern Montana. I'm really glad to have you here. And also, official statement, Eastern Montana starts east of Billings, just so you know. All right. Of course. Uh-oh. How about those bars for sale? Alex, maybe my Dropbox again? Okay.
While we work on this, on deck is Sydney and then Missouri River Country. But before both of you go, we will have a motion, so we'll have a few seconds in between, but I wanted you to know that you were next, okay? Do you have it memorized?
Oh, I haven't memorized. I can't, if we need to, I can bring my computer up and probably transfer something, but that would involve me sitting down. It'd be 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. This is why I wanted to go first, Mike, just to point that out.
Well, look where we'd be.
The Trivial Pursuit, pull the audience. I got stuff. I got tricks. Oh, no, you don't want to hear me sing. My sisters had a saying about that.
For those of you in the back that can't hear that, we're going to give them just a couple more seconds and then we'll design a new strategy here. For the sake of keeping momentum here, I'll jump out of Southeast Montana and move to Missouri River Country. I think our Sydney DMO is ready. So Todd, if you'll call them up, we'll let our re-entering DMO back into the fray here. Do you need some help? Too many hands. All right, when you are ready, take it away. In the meantime, Brenda, they'll continue to work on your issue and we'll get you back in as soon as we have supporting technology. Okay, now the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me. I'm Callie. I'm the Executive Director of the Sydney Chamber of Commerce and Sydney TBID and all that. Thank you guys for your guidance in getting this done. I usually don't dabble in tourism too much, so this is a first. But welcome to my sweet home, Sydney. Just a little introduction into our community. We are fairly diverse economically, but we are probably most well known for our oil industry and our agriculture industry. But I think that we have that classic small town charm thing going on as well. We also have a lot of historical integrity with the close proximity to the Lewis and Clark Trail, specifically the confluence of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers, where Lewis and Clark split ways and discovered which river was which. We also, right there on the confluence, is Fort Buford and Fort Union. Fort Buford is where Sitting Bull surrendered. So we're right there with all of that historical good stuff. The other things that we have a claim to fame with, I guess, is the exceptional hospital, the development at Marley Crossing, which is about 20 miles away from Sydney. Our oil industry, like I said, and then we don't make the rules, but we observe quite a lot of traffic from North Dakota and Canada with the recreational cannabis industry. We have a tourism committee that we've had for the past 3 years now, although we hadn't previously structured ourselves the way that TAC does. But some of the things that we've accomplished collectively as a community include branding our downtown. We are in the midst of doing a downtown renewal effort right now. So that is, we put 3 murals up downtown. They're all branded Sydney. And then we are working with our oldest building, the Yellowstone Mercantile in Sydney. We are working with some state agencies to get funding to do a historical restoration project on that. And it's already started. We just need more money. We were also accepted into the Montana Main Street program in 2022, and that's helped organize our processes. They follow a best practice that's pretty similar to the one that we were already following. So just on the pathway of how the main street of your community, the heart of your community, is a tourism asset as well. We also are in the midst, literally right now as we speak, there is a building in Sydney called the Nutter Building. It was the original post office, and there is a J.K. Ralston painting on the wall. They had covered up the wall with drywall several years ago, but that painting is being restored, being taken out. The entire wall is being taken out of the building. They'll take it to Wyoming to get professionally restored, and they'll be putting it back into our Modak Heritage Center, our local museum. We also updated our visitor center, which is our Chamber of Commerce, but we got a parking lot so you don't bottom out your car on the way in. We got flooring, paint, new displays, the whole 9 yards. Just had to make that look less 1950s. The other things going on in our community, we have a fairly expansive fairgrounds. This includes many of the venues that we use for events, from everything from demolition derbies, rodeos, your weddings. A lot of that happens at our fairgrounds. So we have a Richland County Event Center that has a capacity of about 700 people. They have added, literally connecting to that original building, another Richland County Event Center, and it's going to be a great venue for large-scale events. Specifically, we are looking at hosting sporting tournaments there. In terms of tourism, that's where we get our biggest bang for our buck, younger kids sporting tournaments. And then finally, the one thing I wanted to tell you guys a little bit about is our cancer care center too. Sydney Health Center has one of the best cancer care centers in the state. It has the only tomotherapy machine in the state. We actually are cutting a ribbon on an expansion of that offering this next week. So some of this is kind of non-traditional tourism, perhaps not the leisure fun stuff, but we certainly see a lot of visitors to our areas for these assets. Okay, the upcoming projects, the things that I want to do. If you guys are familiar with the app Onyx, there's a hunting version, there's like a trails version as well. The trails version does not service our area very comprehensively. What we would like to do is take and make our own online resource that is similar to Onyx, but more inclusive of the things that we have. We actually have quite a lot of access to public land, whether it be the county's land, BLM, State Trust, Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. So just, you know, they're all in different agencies, and what you can do on those lands in terms of ATVing, hunting, all of those permissions are different throughout those resources. So what we'd like to do is take some of the popular ones, consolidate them into one resource, tell you, hey, this spot is here, this is exactly how you access it. You have river access, badland, whatever the case may be. You can hunt, you can fish, you can ride your dirt bike or not. And if it requires certain permissions, what are those permissions? How do you acquire them? And I'm not saying, again, we actually do have quite a lot of access, but we'd like to get a lot of the popular ones consolidated into a resource where people could find those easily and be able to market that out to out-of-town visitors. Oh, and here's some of the things I thought you could do with that. That thing is an agate. Only graphic I could find. The other thing that we would like to do that we've already started on, we have an events calendar, and we promote that through our Sydney MT website, but events are not the only temporary experiences happening in Sydney, and a lot of times those temporary experiences are not leisure. They're construction or paddlefish season, bird hunting. I work Best Western of the nights, and there's fancy people that fly into Sydney, Montana with $50,000 bird dogs and hunt pheasants, and it's a thing. So like month-long experiences like that, we'd like to be able to consolidate that information and accommodations specifically for those demographics and have those accessible to the visitors as well. So we are projecting to have a little over $18,000 from our CVB funding this year, and that is basically the two things that we would like to do with that money. But if you're ever in town, come see us. We'll take you to the Meadowlark.
Members of the council, any questions for Sydney? Members of the audience? Oh, I'm sorry, Alicia.
Hi, it's Alicia. Well done. Nice to have you here, being voted in today and giving a presentation. We're just cheering you on with what you can do with $18,300.
Members of the audience? Hear no questions, Kelly, so thank you very much, and I appreciate you stepping out of order for us. Thank you. Shall we do this dance again? Welcome. Your karaoke performance was terrible.
I told you, singing's not the thing.
All right. So now you get to talk. Go ahead.
All right. Well, here we are. This is Southeast Montana, take 2. And we're just going to start with the fun video.
Some people think Southeast Montana is the middle of nowhere. We say there's nowhere better. Find the real Montana out here. Plan your trip today at southeastmontana.com.
So our what's new is really our new campaign, Nowhere Better. And we really worked hard on this, of course, with our agency. For those of you who don't know, Windfall is our agency of record, and we just went through the RFP process. They will be our agency of record again, so thank you. And really we're talking about trying to be a little bit fun, a little bit quirky, and people say, well, there's nothing out there. And we still have our Out There campaign subtly running through all of this, but at the same time, Nowhere Better is really where this landed. And, you know, we really are proud of our region. Folks who have heard me talk before, you know, of course, Makoshka State Park, we referred to that, the Little Bighorn Battlefield, and of course, the Bighorn Canyon. And so we do really feel there's nowhere better in the Southeast Montana region. Here's a few snapshots. Nowhere better to be starstruck, for giant discoveries, for Western adventures, to cast a line, and to log some miles to get some perspective, and my personal favorite, for a bucking good time. So that's where we're going. But there's this other thing that we've done. It's not necessarily new, but it's newly relaunched. You might have heard of this thing called the Southeast Montana Burger Trail. And thanks to an EMI grant, an Eastern Montana Tourism Grant, which we are just wrapping up, the Burger Trail went from a concept of all these burgers in a paper map to a digital version, a digital passport that you can download. And that has really moved the dial on this, as has my new teammate, Sarah Hollenbeck. And Sarah, would you please stand up and wave? So Sarah is taking over the Burger Boss and the unfortunate position of being in an office of Brenda Moss. So she's doing a great job with this, and with this process, what I'd like you to know is over 5 months, we launched this, unfortunately, in December. That's how it turned out. But over 300 downloads in 5 months of the passport, over 250 check-ins at the different restaurants, and prize redemptions. I think the really cool part about this is if you break it down, those aren't big numbers. But at the same time, if you take these numbers and you look at the communities that are all involved, we currently have, I think, we just added 2 more locations, so 24 locations on the Burger Trail. And if you look at the check-ins and where these places, people are coming from, of course, we expect the Montanans, and they took some pride in this, to enjoy it. But we sent our first Burger Boss t-shirt to Minnesota this last month. So that means that somebody from Minnesota checked into 8 different locations on the Burger Trail in Southeast Montana. And that's really, really impressive, because we might have one in Ekalaka, a town of 350 people, and if we can send 10 more people to the Wagon Wheel Restaurant in Ekalaka, that makes a difference in that business. And that's going to be a little different, the Burger Dive in Billings. We're going to have to send them 300 more people. But really, if we're talking about the process of increasing visitation to the rural parts of Montana, this is something that has really made a big difference for us. And I'm really proud of the project, proud of Sarah, proud of Windfall, and really happy to say thank you to the state for the EMI grant. So we also had, I think we had a Pennsylvania and a Missouri on there. And thanks to a post fan, we have 2 from the Netherlands and 2 from Sweden on our list. But we're going to keep it going. By the way, those are my hands up there. I painted my nails just for that picture. It was kind of fun. You know, the job, we have to step in and be models and all these other things. They didn't tell me about this when I started. Anyway, so we also have some great earned media. The Billings Gazette, which is of course part of Lee Enterprises. Even though we put the news release out in December and then kind of pestered them a little bit, they said, well, maybe we'll go in January. The young gentleman reporter, Jake Iverson, who I've also actually known for a long time, he went out in 3 days, ate 16 burgers, or at least sampled 16 burgers. Everybody's like, ooh. So he had a little bit of a budget and went out, and he did a really great piece. We're still waiting for that because that's still floating around the Lee Enterprise, but it really moved the dial. And the best honor we have of this particular project is we have restaurateurs and establishments across our region that have come to us. We used to have to go out and find them. They're now finding us and say, how do we get on the burger trail? And we said, well, how did you find out about it? Well, someone came in and told us about this. So that old adage of the word of mouth, it really is alive and well, but it certainly needs a little bit of support. So that's what's been able to, something new and something I hope folks learn about. But what we learned about the burger, on the burger trail, of course, people love burgers. That's not necessarily new, but food really unites people. I know that Visit Billings, for example, does a great job with their foodie part of their campaign and their earned media and their personas. But when supported, our partners, no matter how small they are, they'll step in, they'll lean in, but they need to know that they're important. We also know pride of place works. When I had some places, I'm just trying to think of one, Vaqueros in Webo, and they have, I got to tell you, their burger is amazing. So they're all amazing, but that burger has just a regular burger. You get a lot of cowboy burgers out there, but you know, all the good stuff on top. And they make homemade onion rings. They put those on there, and inside the homemade onion rings that are stacked like a little mountain, they put in for the lava is homemade guacamole. So it's pretty dang good. And then I think the really cool part is the top of their burger is branded with the Weebo Longhorn, which you see on the sidewalk when you're walking in and on the street banners when you're walking in, again, a town of 200-300 people. So they're really that presentation. But when you say they found out they were on the burger trail, they just stand up a little bit close, taller, and they're really proud of themselves and they're proud of their community. And that's something that we learned from this particular project really helped. As I mentioned, the EMI grant moved the dial. And this is the other one. I'm sorry to tell you, but product verification is incredibly difficult. We have eaten every single burger on this burger trail. And I think I need a gym membership for as part of my my funding. But while you're here in Billings, we do have 4 locations. I'll bring you burger trail maps tomorrow, and I would ask that you guys take a good look at them. So what's next? What's new? What's coming up? We were at the governor's conference, and of course we had Dale and Kathy Gallen as our tourism ambassadors of the year, which is really ironic because in a certain way they are, you know, they're our poster children, almost grandparents, I guess, for Terry and for Eastern Montana. But what I learned from them is every person who walks into that location, who walks into their store, is a friend. And they're welcomed, and they're not just welcome just to Terry, but they tell them about what's going, if they're going east, north, south, or west, they tell them what's next down the road for them. But I'm really realizing, and this was really through our resiliency planning, that there's a lot of places that are not tourism ready, and communities that do not think of themselves as tourism communities. And what does that really mean? So with that thought, we started putting into, you know, what is an ambassador? What does that person or group of individuals need to do? And they really do need to be the conduit, which is what I feel at Visit Southeast Montana is, but we need more of that. We need to go back to our source, and our source are those communities. And for them to really understand how important every single interaction with their visitor is. So Visit Southeast Montana's big job this next year is going to be probably more than this year, 12 to 18 months, is the Tourism Ambassador Program. And I really feel that it's the perfect alignment of our resiliency planning, of our board retreat that we had last December, and of the mission of the organization. So, and that also aligns with the fact that coming up here in 2026, we keep hearing that word. I think Rochelle talked about 20 things happening in 2026. A lot of rebranding happening. We're also going to have, our country's going to be 250 years old. We're going to have the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library opening in Medora, North Dakota, and we're thanking North Dakota for building that, because that overspill into eastern Montana is going to have a pretty big impact. And also the Little Bighorn Battlefield, which will be hopefully starting their renovation at the end of the summer, should be reopening. So there's, you know, that perfect storm is happening. And I think that we need to be ready. We in eastern Montana, we in southeast Montana, we in all of Montana need to be ready for that, and to really understand what our tourism communities need and how they can be really translate that Montana welcome to those visitors. And that's what I have for today. So any questions for me?
Members of the council, any questions for Brenda?
Just a comment, Brenda, this is Haley, but the Burger Trail has really sunken in Valley County, where people are now asking me if I've heard of the Burger Trail. So your efforts are definitely being seen up there. Thank you.
A herd of paleontologists I got to travel with to Ekalaka last week downloaded the app while sitting in Ekalaka. They're excited.
Good.
And their travels in eastern Montana.
Good.
They're going to go to the Wagon Wheel and have a cowboy burger.
They already did.
Oh,
yeah. I'm really excited to hear about your ambassador program. I know that used to be a state-led initiative years and eons ago, and I'm excited to hear you take that initiative on. And what you said, I think that came from a board recommendation, is what I read in your slide. Is that correct? How did that come about?
Well, it was the board recommendation and also came out of the resiliency planning. I think it came out of, there's a couple different places, but I'm going to go back and tell you something that happened. Alex, cover your ears over she is. It happened 20 years ago when I moved here. And I was first visiting Montana, and we stayed at, I can't remember, it was up near the Metro. And we went to the front desk and we said to the people, you know, we're thinking of moving here. What's there to do? And they literally said the same thing we've heard over and over. Nothing, go to Red Lodge. And we're like, wait a minute, that's not right. And I saw the success also that Visit Billings has had with their Certified Interpreted Guide program. I also know from living in a small town myself as a kid, that small towns tend to be, this is just anecdotal, very cautious of visitors. But I saw this over and over again in the communities. It came out of the resiliency planning. It's one of the imperatives under one of our 3 imperatives, and it rose to the top. And also with the with our board, we had decided that there's been talk for some time to reallocate the funds that we had for our visitor information centers, which is a really hard thing to do because those are really important places. But we were spending $15,000 to $21,000 a year, but it was going to 3 communities. And we wanted to be able to spread that across more communities and really unite the region in that respect. And we also know that there's other places that have visitor centers. They're just not the ones that were former DOT centers. So it kind of evolved out of that, and I started looking at all the information we had, and from our board to that resiliency planning task force, and that just rose to the top. And I thought the other part of that is when someone wants to know about something in Southeast Montana, they say, "Go ask Brenda." And I don't want that to be the answer. I want the answer to be, ask Southeast Montana, or have you heard about this ambassador program? That's where we should be guiding people. Have this collective information, but also I think it's also important, even though I have a concept in my head, for us to survey our communities in our region and understand what they need also. So I might be biting off a really big chunk, but I really believe that this region and our leadership with our board and our staff, that we can do this. Ask me again in 2 or 3 years. Might make for early retirement.
Brenda, can I focus back on the burgers for a second? Obviously, the Burger Trail has been a conversation in this room for many years. The success and the evolution of it is fascinating. the numbers were underwhelming. So my question to you is the goal. Is it your goal to make that 300 impressions you have 30,000, or is the goal to have it be 300 or 400?
I'm going to go back to the slide, if I may. So that's not impressions. That's just people who have downloaded the passport. And okay.
How do you make it 30,000?
Yeah. So again, in terms of that goal, I would say our goal is not necessarily a number, but it's continued growth. And for us to continue to quantify what's on the burger trail, they're all different burgers. So we don't have any duplicates on that. And I think that there are, outside of the numbers, there are those intangible goals of, or maybe that's not the right word, of the community's understanding we're on the burger trail. So that elevation of that community pride. And in terms of elevating it, it comes out to about 60 passports a month, which I had nothing to compare that to, but the company we're working with called Bandwango, they said that we're pretty much right on track with a lot of other passport programs. So really we're going to do it for 3 years with the digital passport, and then really take a look and reevaluate on the ROI of the cost of the passport and the staff, and to continue to promote it. But other than that, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to continue, because we're also taking it, the burger trail, and weaving it into everything else we do with the paid advertising, earned media, any of the FAMs, all of our blogs, everything that we do in marketing, we're weaving all of our different trails, whether it's Trail to the Stars, Burger Trail, Dinosaur Trail, gets woven into. And I really feel it's important, lastly, because one of the comments, and I think you mentioned this on my marketing plan, the vast space between point A and point B in eastern Montana, and really all of Montana. When you are not from the West and you come here, it's all supersized and it's intimidating. And if you have something like a trail of some sort, some guide to follow, it's much more inviting and much more, I feel, easier for our visitors to say, oh yeah, that's it. That's what I want to do. I'm going to follow that trail. And I think the Dinosaur Trail, and if you look at those numbers over the last, since 2005, it continues to increase visitation to those small communities. So I really envision this being somewhat similar.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to connect some dots. Obviously, we heard from Jenny today talk about rural tourism being the focus of the Department of Commerce. You said that this was started by a grant that came from the Department of Commerce. Might there be a convergence now of a solid program and a need to disperse visitors into this part of the state, and this and the Dinosaur Trail and others, with the limited resources that are currently being applied? My guess is it'll be modest growth as it continues to get accepted, and the 7 people in Valley County that Haley knows will have heard about it, and that's all great. But to me, for this to make an impact, those numbers have to be 30,000, not 300. And there may be some connecting dots.
Honestly, I don't think that our restaurants in rural Southeast Montana could handle 30,000.
That's not the answer.
Okay.
I understand, and there's lots of things going on there, but I'm trying to connect those dots. Okay?
Yeah, and I see what you're saying, but I think the other, again, some of the intangibles that we're receiving from this are our communities really understanding what it means to have a visitor helping move that dial for them, and they're not necessarily recognizing that. And we don't have, this also gives us some data for that too.
Matt, please.
Hi, Matt Gibo. I just had a question regarding this specifically. Do you also have printed maps at visitor centers?
We do. We do have.
So do you have a sense of the distribution of physical maps that have come out of the program as well?
We're watching that. Ironically, the people you saw up on the screen, Dale and Kathy, they're some of our best distribution of those maps. It is hard to track where they are. Our visitor information centers do have them seasonally. All of our Burger Trail partners have them, and all of our CVBs and visitor information centers. So they're out there, and we are seeing reorders happening. Again, this part of it launched in just before Christmas in December. unintentionally before Christmas.
Sure, I guess just to follow up, then it sounds like while there may be only 300 people who downloaded an app, very specific app to this, there may be some further distribution of the program that has allowed it to grow more, so.
Yeah.
It's
So
probably larger than.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we continue with the earned media. We have some more coming out later this month with our additions. So we're just really just going for that slow growth as opposed to this. And really, I think that's the important part about rural Montana tourism too. If they have it go like this, that's going to create its own problems. And so I think that slow growth is really important. And also that support that they get from the DMOs, and from all of my board members across the region. I think, John, you wanted to add something.
Well, to Mike's question or statement about the numbers that are involved here, the whole wow, this is exciting. I don't know what voices come part of my head too. Is these numbers aren't apples and apples or 331 downloads. That could be a family of 4 or 5. Awesome.
The passport downloads are the first number. The check-ins are, I went to Acme Restaurant specifically for the burger trail. Whether they ate the burger from the burger trail or they ordered chicken nuggets.
Okay, but we're still.
Maybe hold it up.
Never mind. I don't want to talk. Hold it up there.
Hold it up, hold it up high.
Hold it up.
Yeah.
Right here? But now everybody can, it has nothing to do with not drinking. I shake no matter what. But, I mean, this is not a one-on-one representation of people that this is bringing. It's a larger group so the numbers are going to be deflated by quite a little bit, because I know just from Miles City, it makes a big difference, and our restaurant tours are all about it, because it doesn't just, it shows a picture of one burger, but you don't see the family of 4 or 5 or 6 or 8 people or a whole basketball team that happens to see these things because we put them in packets. The numbers are skewed quite a bit and way more favorable than what people are seeing.
I think so too, and I will tell you, I took my 3 adult sons last year at Christmas to a location, and they're like, do we have to download because then they're tracking us? So and Mom said yes, but so I think that there is definitely, yeah.
Yeah, we beat this horse far further than I had hoped. My point was, are we growing this, or is it just going to continue?
Yes, I will look at it. We plan 3 years, okay, and then we'll check what we feel the effectiveness of it.
All right, I'm going to offer questions to the room. Anybody else want to talk burgers?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, Ray.
Hi, everybody. Brenda, I just had a question for you. This is Rachel for the record with the Office of Tourism Grant Program. I wanted to ask you really quick on that ambassador program. Is that similar to what Billings has, or are you using a different company to do that? Are you creating one on your own? And then is that something that you're going to utilize to kind of go into those smaller rural towns, especially where you have burger trail points, to kind of help bring some destination management aspects to those rural communities as visitors start to increase, as the burger trail starts to have more downloads and more activity? Is that kind of what the ambassador program is sort of geared towards for you?
So the first part of your question was about whether or not we're using the same organization as Visit Billings, and I use an organization called the Certified Tourism Ambassador Program. We are looking at that program, but we're also looking at another one. There's another one I believe Racine's organization uses. And right now I only found those 2. We really have to assess the needs of our partners, and we're going to do that with a survey of what they really need. And I think your second question, Rachel, was about, are we trying to educate them about things like the Burger Trail and the Dinosaur Trail? And the answer to that is yes, but we're also going to be going to each community and learning more about all those communities and basically developing a curriculum so we're all literally and figuratively on the same page of this town was established at this point. And like we've heard all so far the communities today, the highlights in Glendive, the top 5, and that is information that not just Glendive has, but then Terry has it and Miles City has it and Broadus has it, and we all have this same collective book, if you will, great big book of everything of Southeast Montana. Does that answer your question, Rachel?
Yeah, that's awesome. And then I haven't had a chance to explore, so this is just a side note, but I know that the Colorado Tourism Office has like a free workforce training that they have online. And like I said, I want to explore that. I haven't had a chance to look into it, but I was just kind of curious how that might compare into like the ambassador programs and potentials for rural communities if, you know, we built out something that was like a free tool and sort of parallels the same sort of thing. So we should touch base later, but thanks, Brenda.
Okay, thanks. We'll have an offline conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Okay, council members, we have a little bit of work to do. In the meantime, Missouri River Country, you are next with Great Falls on deck. So for members of the council, as I told you earlier, the marketing committee has recommended final approval of the plans that we just heard from. Again, those were Visit Billings, Glendive, Miles City, and Southeast Montana, and their respective budgets. The budget for Billings is $536,190. Glendive's budget of $30,441. Miles City's budget of $48,296. And Southeast Montana's budget of $957,378. So I would like to call for a formal motion to approve those 4 plans.
It's Joan Cronebush. I will make that motion as presented.
Do I have a second?
This is Saber, I second.
Thank you both. We have a motion and a second to approve the bundle of Southeast Montana's plans. Are there any comments or questions on that motion? Anybody in the room need any clarity? All right, so members of the council, I'd like to ask all those in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
John, that was better than yours. Are there any nays or any abstentions? Hearing none, then the 4 Southeast Montana plans have been approved and finalized. Thank you all for your work. So plowing forward, if no one objects, we will roll right into Missouri River Country and our favorite Eastern Montana. Carla.
Okay. What's new and exciting in Missouri River Country? Beyond the 49th parallel. This is a partnership between Missouri River Country and Canada's South Saskatchewan Ready. The purpose of this partnership is to encourage visitors to explore beyond the border and entice them to experience the many things to do and see on both sides.
Our goal is to increase border crossings and the number of international visitors to both regions. We've launched a website for Beyond the 49th Parallel and secured the domain beyondthe49thparallel.com. We are calling this a two-nation vacation. We've created 5 itineraries from a 2-day trip to longer 6-day trips. Last spring, we hosted the South Saskatchewan Ready group, and a month later, they hosted us. Just to get to know who we're working with and talking about inspiring ideas on both sides of the border, and we decided that golf courses were the best idea to build on. On the website, we have a planning tool page. This gives information about the borders, required documents that are needed, bringing pets across, alcohol, tobacco, and cannabis, and bringing firearms across the border. So we also created some giveaway souvenirs. As you can see, the stickers and the bookmarkers, and we give these away at trade shows. We are planning a press release, SEO, and a social media campaign like the one I'll tell you about a little bit later that we did for Talking Trails. Oops, it went too far, okay. I really went too far. Okay, there. Okay, so part 2 of my presentation today is to tell you about the Talking Trail app. This was made possible by an Eastern Montana Initiative grant. We have just submitted the final report. So what is the Talking Trail app and how does it work? The Talking Trail app is a self-guided, expert-led tour consisting of 42 audio recordings featuring stories of the region's rich history, culture, and heritage. The project has received positive feedback from our local museums, our Chamber of Commerce's, and refuges. They are pleased with the app's ability to attract and engage visitors. To date, we have received 160 interactions through the app's dial-in system and 82 visits to the Missouri River Country webpage. This just launched last fall, and I know those numbers seem kind of small, but we're hoping that with the summer visitation, we're going to see better numbers there. So at the October meeting, Mike, you can ask me. Okay. So there are several levels of pricing. So you can get like 10 talking points for around $6,000 or up to 50 talking points for $27,000. We chose 40 locations, and with that, we get a promo video. That they did up for us, and it's on our website. It's on the Talking Trail website.
Welcome to Montana's Missouri River Country, a place like no other. Come explore the Great Plains and uncover grand scenes and a landscape that stretches beyond your imagination. Step back in time and discover the prehistoric history that shaped this region. Whether you're seeking outdoor adventures or peaceful moments of reflection, Missouri River Country offers something for everyone. Indulge your senses in the local flavors and rich history that makes the Missouri River Country truly unique. Experience our open spaces. Take a deep breath. And as the sun sets over Fort Peck Lake, be prepared to witness the magic and beauty of nature on display. Download the Talking Trail mobile app today.
I thought that turned out really, really great. So here is what was expected from the Talking Trail people and from Missouri River Country. They were responsible for producing and hosting 40 Talking Trail points in audio format and on a mobile app dial-in and webpage. They also wrote each of the talking trail points. We were responsible for providing the photos for each of the locations, and then I had to call and make sure, get permission from everybody, and everybody was on board. They were very happy to have us do this. And then, of course, we had to get the directions for the app. Talking Trail did that 60-second promo video highlighting the project. That was part of their part. They also provide data usage, and they provided all the signs for each of the locations, but we were responsible for installing them. Once the project is complete, each year we have a fee of $1,200 for hosting the app. We are pleased with the way the app turned out, and if anyone is interested in this project, and if you contact Talking Trail, if you can kind of say Missouri River Country referred you, that will give us a couple more designated referrals, more points because of the referral. So marketing the app. Missouri River Country created a landing page and did a social media promotion. So this was a fun promotion on social media that we did. It gave information about a site, and the viewer was able to pick out of 4 choices the correct location. Then it would switch to the answer as we see here.
1934, to entertain the 50,000 Army Corps of Engineers workers and their families who had arrived to work on the dam.
Another one was Fort Union.
In 1985, archaeological excavations and careful research has allowed for the reconstruction of the post buildings atop the footprints of the original structures. Standing near the fort, visitors can see what it must have been like for Jim Bridger to arrive.
And click the right answer, and then it'll switch over. And if you're wrong, it'll tell you you're wrong. There's one more.
1,000 items of historical interest related to Northeast Montana. There is something for everyone inside the walls of the museum. Over 200 birds and animals have been mounted and displayed in their natural settings as part of the wildlife collection.
Now these are actually longer, they talk longer, but this is just a little for the for the social media. We just did the little blurb. So we also did up a brochure. It's an 8-page booklet style, and it fits in brochure racks. So now I'm just going to give you some little fun facts about Missouri River Country. I might not know. So Fort Peck Lake is the largest hydraulic, it is the largest hydraulic dam in the world. And by hydraulic, it means like mud and water were pumped through these huge pipes to form the core of the dam. And I don't believe they do hydraulic anymore. That's why we can consider ourselves the largest hydraulic dam in the world. The spillway. Now the spillway is a mile long, and it was once used as a bowling alley. So August 1st, 1965, they planned this event, and I still am curious to know what happened to the balls, because they roll them down the mile-long alley, and there's water down below. So I'm thinking they probably didn't get the balls back. So Fort Peck Lake has a shoreline longer than the coastline of California at 1,520 miles. It's 16 miles across at its widest point and is 134 miles long. Very large. And we enjoy it. So Glasgow is named middle of nowhere because of its furthest being away from any large city. So Northeast Montana is known for famous dinosaurs. This picture here is a picture of Peck's Rex, a T-Rex found near Fort Peck. This fleshed out replica is on display at the Fort Peck Interpretive Center, but the original makes its home at the Museum of the Rockies. Then we have Leonardo. Leonardo is an exceptional, well-preserved dinosaur mummy discovered near Malta in the year 2000. About 90% of its body is covered in fossilized soft tissue, including skin, scales, and possibly muscle. He is certified by the Guinness Book of Records as the best preserved dinosaur mummy in the world. He is currently on loan in Japan being examined. And then when he's done there, he will go back to the Great Plains Dinosaur Museum. So that's all I have. Thanks for your time. Are there any questions?
Joan, go ahead. Thank you. Carla, 2 questions. Where did you say Leonardo will come back to after Japan?
The Great Plains Dinosaur Museum in Malta.
Thank you. Next, I was excited. Keep not looking at you. Hold on. I was excited to hear last year about the 2-nation vacation. Are you so far happy with the second year of results or the end of the first year?
Well, actually, we just kind of just got it going this summer, or this spring. Sorry, it's not summer yet. So we haven't really seen results yet. We need to keep building on it. This just started, and like I said, it's been a kind of a long process, to be honest with you, because yeah, we met last year, and I've been talking about it, but we just got the website launched here about a month ago or so, and so it's all kind of new. But we're anxious to work with Canada to do some social media promotion, maybe do some fam trips, get the word out.
Thank you. I didn't realize that
we're a little behind.
All good. And finally, on that bowling alley, next year when I read your marketing plan, I really kind of want to see something in there about that.
Okay, I'll research it more. Yeah, I mean, I heard about it. I heard about it years ago, and I thought, it wasn't really real. And then one day I was talking to somebody, and they said, yeah, I even done it. So I'll have to pin him down and get more information on it.
Carla, can we stay on the 2-nation vacation for just a second? You and I have talked about this program, and I believe, for whatever it's worth, that this is a really good idea. And there's so much potential, maybe even bigger projects we could do with Canada if we could make this work. Based on the budget we're about to approve and the resources that you have, how much money do you plan on allocating to the 2-nation vacation program in fiscal year 25?
Well, obviously in my DMO budget, I don't have really much to contribute. I'm hoping maybe with some RAP funds, I'll be able to put more towards it. And this, it has been the issue. And Joan, that's probably why we're behind the ball here, because what we put in it so far was just very, very minimal. Saskatchewan put in some funding, I think about $4,500, and I think we put in some. Well, what can you do with $10,000? Not a whole lot. I think we've done a lot so far with it. But we do kind of have some ideas in the wrap. And so we just want to keep promoting. We want to do a little earned media. Hopefully we get a little help from the state with that. And yeah, and fam trips and social media. We'd like to do a good social media campaign.
I'm a numbers guy, so I'm going to try to push a little harder. Let's assume the skies open up and you get all the money that you could possibly get. How much of all this raining money would you want to spend on this program?
Well, originally when we were starting thinking about this project, we were at like about 60,000. And so now even if we could get 30,000, it could really take off.
Okay, thank you. You have a question? Go ahead here.
Haley here. Carly, I mentioned this in your marketing plan as well, but since the pandemic, we have seen the hours at the ports of entry be very prohibitive for travel, especially on weekends. How do you all address that? Are we hoping for week travel, or are we pushing them to the ports that do have that 7-day service? obviously that could be something that could really open this up for you. So how are we addressing that, or is this just a perception of an issue in my brain that isn't actually there?
Well, we do have that in our resiliency plan to try to get them borders to stay open. Because yeah, you know, you're in Glasgow, and I talked to somebody else in Glasgow there that they wanted to go for the weekend, you know, across Opine border. Well, they can't on the weekend. They're closed. So this is something we're really, really going to try to push to get something done. And I think if we can show more visitation, more people coming across that border, I think then we can have numbers and showing that, you know, we really need to get them borders open.
Further questions for Carla? Anybody in the room? Back here, anybody?
There is one more thing I'd like to say that I forgot to say, but I am so happy to have a CBD in Missouri River Country. So, so now I don't have to be alone. So thanks, excuse me, yeah, that's all I have.
Carla, thanks again for everything you do for that corner of Montana. Your work is exceptional, and we greatly appreciate all of your talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Great Falls, you're next. Have her on deck. Council members, we have a little work to do again. We have a couple of these most recent proposals to approve. As you've already been told, the Marketing Committee has recommended approval of the Sydney DMO and Missouri River Country marketing plans as we were presented. Their budgets for each of them were also included in that motion. Sydney's budget of $18,332 and Missouri River Country's budget of $126,911. I am seeking a motion to make final approval for those two plans.
This is Matt. I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second to approve the Missouri River Country group of plans that include Sydney and Missouri River Country. Are there any questions on that motion?
No question, Mike. This is Alicia. Just a comment to be how continually impressed I am with how much they do with so little money. So I'm just continue to be impressed with that.
I think we all echo that. Anybody in the room need clarity on the motion? Anybody? All right, then. All those in favor of the motion to approve Missouri River Country's bundle, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Any abstentions? All right, both of those plans are approved. Thank you, guys. Again, if there are no objections, we'll just keep going straight forward. And in front of us is Rebecca and Great Falls DMO. You have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity to stand. Sitting all day is a bit tough. I'm excited to share with you what I think is the most important things for you guys to know outside of the marketing plan that I've already submitted. And that really is kind of a mix of things that we're super excited about in Great Falls. And the first thing I'm going to share about is an event that we created 5 years ago that we now do in partnership with our Downtown Great Falls Association for a number of reasons. So to kick that off, let me share that 5 years ago, Great Falls created the Greatest Damn Mimosa Showdown. It came right out of COVID when the legislature said, hey, you can take drinks and travel around the city with them. No big deal. And we're like, perfect. We've got some unique ideas for that. And when we launched this event, we really wanted the idea to be a tourism-focused event that would bring, you know, mimosa enthusiasts in from all over the world. And what we quickly realized is as this event grew, there just was not the ability for our partners, meaning the establishments that serve the mimosas, to get to a level that would make this a significant tourism event for us to be satisfied with. And so we quickly changed directions at that time to bring on a partner that would benefit more than us regarding this. And so This last year, just to give you an idea, we have gone from 8 participants to 22 participants this past year. We served just about 1,500 mimosas per establishment. Okay, so each of the 22 contenders served about 1,500 mimosas out their front door. They are $8 each. It started at $7. That's for a minimum of a 6-ounce pour, which tends to be a lot of a drink by, you know, mimosa 12. And as the partnership, the contenders or the bars that are a part of this pay a participation fee, and that participation fee covers some logistical costs, but also marketing within the local market. And Great Falls, Montana Tourism then steps in with an opportunity to market an event that occurs in May, which is really a slow month for us. And so we spent $2,700 in total marketing for that event. Part of that does include the participation fee component of that. And we, it's one of the most highly successful campaigns we do. Canada is big into this. They love engaging with the content. The landing page lists each one of the contenders, where they're going to be located, what time they start serving. And then we use a text-to-vote system that we implemented after trial and error. Our first 2 systems crashed in grand fashion with the amount of use that was done. And in the last 3 years, we have used this text-to-vote system, which is very good. And each year, we see less and less people getting really confused on how to do it, which is helpful. And each year, we see an increase in voting use. And this year, we had 33% increase in voting. And that's who determines who the greatest damn mimosa in Great Falls is. And then the next day, we bring the award to whoever the people who sampled all the mimosas said was the winner. It's been a fantastic event, and I'll get to it a little bit later in my presentation, but this was done on the Convention and Visitors Bureau side of our operations because we were a membership-based organization. The members of our organization still support the staff time and the limited amount of money we do spend in marketing this event because of the impact it has on a day that normally would not be this busy. So a real great success from our perspective of developing and growing an event, identifying it wasn't a good fit for our organization to lead, and finding a partner who could really benefit from this. It's a great time, May 17th next year. Just put it on the calendar. It's a good time. The next set of details I'm going to share with you are all connected to my, such a nerd, my lifelong dream of finally having a strategic plan for not only our organization, but a travel industry growth plan for the first time in the history of Great Falls for the entire community. So you have the QR code. Thank you. Thank you. I might add, I also did that with none of my own money, which was a great challenge as well. But the QR code will get you access to not only our strategic plan, but our travel industry growth plan and the over 180 pages of research that came as part of this effort. I'm going to move on. The QR code will be at the end as well, so keep your phones ready. The data that supports some of the stuff we're looking at, I'm not going to dig deep into this, but the one thing I do want to share is the difference between how many rooms are being used and how many rooms are available within our market since 2015. Really what this shares with everyone is on an annual basis, and you can see on a daily basis most of the time, there are rooms available in Great Falls all the time. The big thing for us was actually having a lodging segmentation study done based on the data from our lodging properties. And the two things that really stuck out for us as part of this research is the amount of people staying in our community connected to skilled workers and business transient travel. And this was more of an eye-opener because this was done in 2023. In 2022, was a significantly huge year for that skilled worker segment, and we know that's going to continue to grow in the Great Falls market with the installation of the new ICBM missile, the Sentinel, once it's approved. And so that'll be a multi-year issue that we will be dealing with from that skilled worker component. These are the things that really led to some strategic decisions on our part for our marketing efforts this next year. This, which I expect you to all see in great detail, is the occupancy by day for the past year within our community. Really what you want to notice is the red and the green. The red is bad, meaning not enough people staying in our hotels, and the green is, by golly, you're not doing too bad in this area, but let's try and get that dark red a little less red and move it towards that green color. And so a lot of our strategies moving forward, which it has been for years, even though our board's been slightly resistant until this, is to really focus in on the red areas and market to those red areas. And then one of the things I do want to call out, someone said, oh, you left March off of your list. I left March off of my list with intent. It's a really solid month for us because of state basketball tournaments and Western Art Week. So this is a really solid month for us and one that doesn't really require a lot of attention. But armed with this data, we really moved forward with looking at the 4 objectives that'll be leading the travel industry growth strategies for Great Falls. These 4 areas then require our entire community to take some role in that. And so I've been spending time since January visiting with all of the partners within that travel industry to discuss what these objectives mean, what the items within each of those are, and seeing where they are within their organization to help us lead some of those efforts. Didn't go into depth because you've got the QR code here. You can read it, as John said, in any room in your house. It's amazing. And so we're really happy to finally have these things that are unifying our community regarding the travel industry, positioning Great Falls, Montana tourism as the leader in those discussions, and eventually shifting the tide for our community as we continue to grow that segment. As I finish up my presentation, these are the 2 areas within our plan that I'm most looking forward to. When I came on board 8 years ago, yep, it's only been 8 short years, we had membership within our organization, which was kind of a holdover from when we originally left the Chamber of Commerce in 2008. They modeled the organizational structure right after a chamber. The membership model just did not work for our community. We struggled in this area. We didn't have the resources to devote to a membership director like a chamber does. And so we wanted to shift away from this because it became really muddied waters when we wanted to market our community, and our board pushed back and said, but they're not members. Well, here we go. Let's just get rid of it. So we did. We changed our bylaws. We are no longer a membership-based organization, but we will be implementing a new partnership model to further our marketing efforts. These are efforts that we won't do unless we get member buy-in, meaning the dollars necessary to make those things happen. We already have our first partner on board. We are working with the Great Falls Museum Consortium to leverage $1,000 of their dollars with our $1,000 to do a $2,000 campaign for the next 4 months to drive traffic to those museums. It's been a great partnership because now they are no longer managing their own website and trying to do marketing that isn't effective for the objectives that they're working on. And then the second thing that we're going to be working on is something that our board was reluctant to do, but realized it was absolutely necessary. And that is to tell people in Great Falls that Great Falls is great so that they'll stop being stupid about it. But also reinforce that if you are not happy in Great Falls, there's a bunch of other towns you can live in. So go find your happiness. This effort, we are not planning to invest any money into, but we will invest time and be a little bit more guerrilla in our approach. And this is part of that travel industry growth plan where we're going to bring a lot of partners together to make that happen. and infiltrate the psyche of the Great Falls residents to go, oh, it's not so bad here, without telling them, don't be dumb, love your town. Thank you for the opportunity and all that you do.
She said it, not me. Any questions for the gorilla? Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Matt. I was the one who actually brought up March in your plan, and I'm still kind of curious about it because you have a time frame where you do have need period that runs, I think it was November through mid-May, thereabouts.
Yeah, November to February, and then April to May.
Yeah. So how do you not market March in there? Like, what are you not doing that wouldn't include having some presence that might drive some visitation in the month of March?
You bet. All we do in March is market Western Art Week, and that's not actually done in March. It's done in January and February, and we do that with a separate set of funds in partnership with the 16 shows that organize events during that week. And we don't really need to market Class C state basketball because it's a religion in and of itself, and the entire community just comes to that. So we just pray that MHSA gives us a Class C, and then if they don't, give us a Class B, and then if they don't, a Class A. And then we'll take the AA because it's all that's left. But based on some of those things, there's not something we can influence. It's more on a rotation, especially since boys and girls season are together, and we don't have the facilities to host other statewide tournaments like volleyball or wrestling. So that becomes our holy grail for districts, divisional, state, and then Western Art Week.
Great, thanks.
Joe.
Rebecca, as an attendee of Mimosa Showdown, non-participant though, who won? I never did hear.
Yeah, the smoked peach and cinnamon mimosa offered by the N Bar, which is Great Falls' first craft cocktail lounge, won the 2024 Showdown. They were the original winner in 2020, and then were unseated by 3 years in a row, Kellergeist Pub Theater. So N Bar unseated them and took the crown back.
Can we stay there for just a second? If you go back to the numbers on the Drunk Fest that you host, this is remarkable to me when I asked to share things that others in the room could learn from, regardless of what the event is, and maybe alcohol is an important part of this, but the power of what you can do with a couple days and a good idea. This is $250,000 impact to 20 bars. I can't imagine their ring up on any day is over $10,000, let alone just pushing mimosas out the door. So I hope that everyone heard this as more than just a gimmick. This to me is a powerful testimony to what a good idea can do for a small community, even the big one.
It is such a significant impact, and I will tell you, it doesn't come without its naysayers. The amount of voter fraud that I've been accused of in leading this effort is insane. And we will have proprietors call these people who are like, well, did you count every vote? And this person voted early, and this person's vote didn't count because they didn't know how to use the system. Did you count all those? I'm like, I did, and it wasn't a significant impact. And oh, by the way, did you make a significant deposit in your bank account? Because that's what we're really going for here. And they're like, oh yeah, it was the best day we had in May. And I'm like, so do you feel like a winner even though you don't get the trophy? So that is the important thing, and we now have, we had 3 new contenders this year, just based on the success. We have a contender that is on the outskirts of town-ish. They start at 9 o'clock. The place is packed at 9. They've been doing it with us for 3 years now, and they probably see the least amount of traffic out of anyone, and they love it because it's still busier than it ever would be any other time. And it is such a great event that I would love to take credit for, but my former colleague loved mimosas and knew National Mimosa Day was May 16th, and then she created this. So it's a really great community event that we had hoped to grow, but great impact from an economic standpoint for our partners.
Well, on Election Day, I think it's appropriate to talk about voter fraud. So thank you for that.
You can accuse me all you want. I got the data to support I didn't do anything wrong.
I want to know how many of those 1,500 were yours.
I only had 12. And half of them I shared. So I did good.
Are there any other questions for Great Falls? Rebecca, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Haver, you are next, and Central Montana is in the hole.
Can you hear me? All right, I'm Shelley. I'm from the Haver Chamber, Haver DMO, Haver Tourism Business Improvement District, all things Haver. Thank you guys for this opportunity to present. It's an honor. This is the first time I've been here. I was kind of thrown into my current role. Not that I'm not grateful for the opportunity, but I came on as the office manager in January of 2023 of the Haver Chamber as a part-time position with no intention of running an entire organization, let alone 3. So here I am. I want to thank Barb in particular for taking me under her wing and helping me and guiding me in all of this, because it is literally Greek to me. And it's still Greek, but at least I have Barb as a translator. So thank you. Also, Chandra Mumi from Central Montana, Becky Miller from Central Montana. They have been instrumental in helping me stumble through this process. So thank you very much. I was also without an office manager since our executive director left, and I just hired one in April. So we're a really new staff. So we're navigating through this as best as we can. So I definitely appreciate this opportunity. Haver. And these are some just concepts of what our key audience, as far as who we want to market to for travelers and their demographics. Ideally, age 55 to 74, an income of $75,000 plus per year. Those that want to take scenic drives to places that have, we do have a lot of amenities and attractions, but they're not well known, even to the locals. So myself, I would like to launch, and this is down the road, more of an explore your backyard program. So, because a common thing that we hear is, there's nothing to do in Haver. Well, there's so much to do that I can't go to all the things. So you can't tell me that there's nothing to do here. With the outdoor recreation, there's lots of opportunity for hunting and fishing. We do have a small ski hill south of Haver, the Bear Paw Ski Bowl. It is not, it's only open when we get adequate snowfall. So unfortunately this last year it was not open, but that does offer some outdoor recreation. We also do have an ice dome hockey rink, which also offers open skate, and we have a well-established Haver youth hockey and adult hockey programs. We host lots of tournaments in the wintertime. I am passionate as a hockey mom about the Haver youth hockey program. We also do have Beaver Creek Park, south of town, which is the largest county park in the nation. It's also home to the Bear Paw Mountains. There is lots of deer and wild rabbits inside city limits. We also get raccoons, and we can't do anything about them. We also want to target families that have grown up in the area and then moved away, so that they can come back and re-explore their roots and visit their families. I think that I grew up on the High Line, of course, so it always has a nice spot in my heart. But even Chinook, 20 miles away, has all kinds of historical attractions. And it's good to kind of retrace your steps and explore those. We also want to target cultural travelers. We do have Haver Beneath the Streets, Fort Assiniboine, the H.L. Clark Museum, the Wapachugan Buffalo Jump, are all great attractions to our small town. Oh, and what doesn't make Haver unique? Haver has it. And honestly, I'm so excited about Haver. It's not what do we do, it's where do we start. I'm passionate about tourism. I'm passionate about getting people inside of our community, even through the doors of our visitor center, which is actually located in our Chamber of Commerce. And it's a little bit off the beaten path. So long-term goal would be to move in a more centrally located area, open up a cultural visitor center that incorporates more of the Native American culture that's in our community. But we do have diverse geography, abundant wildlife, unobstructed views of the night sky. We actually have unobstructed views of everything, which is great. So a few weeks ago when we had the Northern Light Show, literally out my back balcony, it was completely unobstructed. My backyard is literally a field and I live within city limits. So it was pretty incredible. We do have cultural and historical attractions, the Bear Paw Mountains, which I did mention. Fresno Reservoir, is about a 20-minute drive, and that offers fishing and boating, some swimming. You don't really want to swim in there, but you can if you're brave. Unspoiled nature, small town with vibrant culture. We do have lots of walking and hiking trails thanks to a local organization called Haver Trails, and they have made huge strides in the last several years to develop walking trails in the Bear Paws on the outskirts of town. They're currently working on a walking trail on the MSU Northern campus, which is Montana State University Northern. And they're also developing a River's Edge Trail on the Milk River on the north side of Haver. And that is huge because we currently do not have river access over there. So there's a river that basically runs adjacent to our town that we can't recreate in. And we do have year-round recreation. We do have hundreds of locally owned small businesses. We have over 300 plus Haver Chamber members, and that's only a fraction of our actual local Haver businesses because not everybody is a chamber member. We do have comfortable lodging. We have several major hotels, and we do have unique and diverse restaurants and lots of bars and churches. So our focus, what we want to accomplish is highlight our open spaces, year-round recreational opportunities, hunting, fishing, boating, hiking, camping, skiing, and more. One of the emerging markets that we want to capitalize on is agritourism. And that's not very well defined. We are in a huge agricultural community. Basically, it's agriculture and the railroad, sprinkle in some Border Patrol and hospital personnel, and that pretty much is our population. So part of navigating that is actually deciphering what agritourism is. Luckily, the Chamber does have an agribusiness committee. We also have a good, strong partnership with the Northern Ag Research Center and also the, drawing a blank, sorry. Oh, the, nope, that's not it. Sorry, excuse me. The Hill County, like the 4-H Club, and also the Fair Board and all of those local entities that deal primarily with tourism. Yes, the Hill County Extension Agency, yes, thank you. So we do have strong connections with those entities. So we're trying to compile a plan which best promotes agritourism. Of course, astro-tourism with the Bear Paw Mountains, you can drive out and we're on the Trail of the Stars. And then also cultural and tribal tourism. One thing that I've noticed is we do have a good rapport with the Rocky Boy Indian Reservation. They're private. They don't want to exploit. It's invitation only. they're selective in who they want coming to their events and on their lands. So that's something that we've kind of had to ease into as far as approaching tourism partnerships with them. So where we've been, we just wrapped up the 4th annual Bear Paw Marathon, which runs from out in the Bear Paws up Sucker Creek Road, which is an elusive dirt road that nobody knows about, nor can they find it. Thankfully, our participants are bussed out that way. This year we had almost 300 registrants, which was down from last year, but for a community of only 9,500 people, an extra 300 people for the weekend is pretty impactful. We have had registrants from 19 different states and 3 Canadian provinces, which is huge for our area. And they need to come in the night before, so they stay at least 2 hotel nights. One of the challenges of getting participants for a marathon, however, is the fact that we are so remotely located. So you have to either fly into Great Falls or fly from Billings to Havre. We don't have a good transportation system. So those are one of the challenges that we have faced. I did already cover agritourism to a certain extent, but we are literally in the heart of farm and ranch country. So we do have a lot of community connections and community partners. And with the Chamber, we have a lot of overlapping of our responsibilities with these different organizations. We have strong relationships with Bear Paw Development Corporation, also the Tourism Business Improvement District. We do have a committee called Downtown Havre Matters with a downtown master plan. And we are integrally involved in that as well. One of the main objectives is to create events and promote the amenities that we do have to encourage overnight stays, and not just one night stay, but 2 or more. And that's a collaboration that we have with the Tourism Business Improvement District. This was just an overall of our marketing budget. Does anybody have any questions?
Council members, any questions for Heather? Anybody in the audience? Questions for Heather? No? Okay, I hear none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Becky, Central Montana, the floor is yours as soon as Todd catches up to us.
Well, first I want to thank Barb of helping me out so much as me just taking on and stepping into the role for an interim, and also to the other region ladies who have all been super, super helpful, and can't thank you enough for your help. When I've taken on, and I have to apologize because when I was doing my presentation, this is the first PowerPoint that I've had to do, and I think I got a little bit ridiculous with it. I tried to send it to Alex and it was too big, and so now seeing the others, I get why. So you'll see here. So thank you, Central Montana. What's new exciting, we'll begin into what some of our milestones were and interesting things to know about Central Montana. So this past year, we've had a super busy year. We went through a strategic plan. We restructured our board. We also had redone the dynamics. So the committees that we have for our board, we really kind of reconstructed those. And with our strategic plan, we have the 5-year out plan. So Rebecca was a huge instrument on pushing this. And as she said, she was really excited about it. So she was a huge help. And then we had redone our bylaws. So after we got this into place, then it was ready time to jump in and rebrand us. So in February, we had gone through and approved our whole rebranding process. So with that, I think it turned out great. We're really excited now to be able to, this past year, let me jump back. This past year, we felt like with the strategic plan and then rebranding, a lot of the things we kind of were on hold that we couldn't really like jump in. We're ready to do a new website. We're ready to redo our travel planner and just kind of get a whole marketing plan revamped and into the place. And then we lost our executive director. So here we are, we're going to be in the process of starting the end of this year. They're getting the content ready to start doing a bunch of itineraries and also revamping our website. So this is kind of what our website looks like now. And then we will be getting into doing itineraries. So with that, when challenged with informing you all about things in central Montana, I am a 5th generation Highliner. So with that, a lot of the questions, plus I had 20 years of hospitality under my belt. So a lot of questions I get all the time was, what is the Highline? Where's the Highline? Why is it called the Highline? So thought I'd take this opportunity to tell you about the Highline. So the Highline came into place pretty much because of the railroad that came through. But before that, we have all this great history right there with the start of Havre and the start of the Highline. So I thought we can just jump in and go all the way back. So from the very beginning, around the Hill County area, Blaine County area, huge in the traffic with the travels of the tribes, as also going back and forth up into Canada. So jumping way back, we have Wapkachugan that's just outside of Havre. Wapkachugan is a prehistoric site. It's not just a kill site. You can actually, the top picture there is a roasting pit area. So the campsite portion of it, which is the far red buildings in that bottom picture, is where the roasting pit sits. So Wapkachugan has these buildings that they have put over the excavated portions of the ground. And then that roasting pit was dated back over 2000. So it's not just native, it goes back to the Sant, farther back. Here is myself trying to throw that ladle. So because the jump that's pre-horse, it was before bow and arrows, they used that ladle. Part of the throwing the out ladle is something you get to experience during the tour. And then what's kind of cool over there is that when you get inside the huts into the kill portion, they have 20 feet layers of bones. So there's layers upon layers upon layers, which is pretty amazing when you go to see it. You could see where they stopped using that site, where there's a black line above those layers of bone, where you see the prairie fire come through, and then nothing else above that. So it's pretty interesting. So then the Bear Paw Battlefield. So that is located 16 miles south of Chinook. And with that, in 1877 was the final battle with the Nez Perce and with the 40 miles to freedom. Here, with this traffic, I've got a short video. So part of our itineraries that we're going to be doing this coming up year is gathering content and getting videos of the different areas along the
Because Joseph spent the most time talking to the government, trying to use diplomacy, in their mind, he was the overall leader when the war broke out. There was one of the Nez Perce scouts rode up under that southern hill behind us, waving a blanket saying, soldiers will be upon us in moments. You guys ready?
traffic of the finalization of capturing Chief Joseph and his band. Some of them did break away, so Sitting Bull up into Canada, and as he traveled back and forth back into the States, Fort Assiniboine was built.
Fort Assiniboine in 1879 once they were fully built with 104 buildings, was the largest fort in the U.S. at the time that it was open. So lots of history here. Along with that, it was one of the first cavalries to have the Black Buffalo soldiers in it, and so they were stationed out at Fort Assiniboine. And then with the Fort Assiniboine now, they are part of the Old Forts Trail. So we in central Montana had the only two forts in Montana that are part of the Old Forts Trail. Then with the fort being developed, more people would come in, trading and whatnot. Then that led to development of Bullhook Bottoms, which Bullhook Bottoms, was the formation. That was the first site for Havre, then later called Havre. Then in 1890, with the railroad coming through, James Hill laid the tracks, and then that's displayed in outside of Havre, the locomotive. Then with that all was finally the site of Havre, and then with the rail tracks going all along through northern Montana was developed the High Line. So here, the railroad is still a huge portion of the High Line. The Amtrak is one of our, like Shelley was touching base on, that we don't have a lot of ways to get into northern Montana. So Amtrak is a staple for us. Havre and Shelby are the two places in central Montana that has actual stations right now. And then with that, we have James Hill statue out there, and so there is the High Line. So, thank you. Any questions?
Council members, any questions for Central Montana? Alicia.
Thank you, Mike. Hi, Becky.
Hi.
It's Alicia. Remind me, are you interim or are you?
No, I'm just interim.
You've got a wonderfully aggressive plan for being interim. How is it going looking for a new director with that search?
Well, first, right now we're in the RFP process for administration agency, and so that will close on Monday. And so hopefully we are on the downslide of being able to find a new director for us.
Excellent, thank you.
Becky, we all appreciate it. I'm sure Central Montana does, your efforts here, but the unsung hero is your employer. The people that are allowing you to do this side gig and to be this interim and to be here for this meeting and to take the time necessary to put together this work. So on behalf of all of them, or all of us to them, please make sure you thank your employer for allowing you to do this. Anybody in the audience, questions for Central Montana? Okay, I hear none. Becky, thank you very much. I know this is going to break the heart of the audience, but we'd like to go ahead and continue presentations for just a little bit longer to make tomorrow a shorter day. So Helena, you are next, and then Butte. We do have some administrivia to do as a group here for just a second. We heard 3 presentations from the Central Montana group. The Marketing Committee has recommended approval of all 3 of those. The plan for Havre with a budget of $19,944. The Marketing Plan for Great Falls with a budget of $215,524. And the Marketing Plan of Central Montana with a budget of $522,162. I need a motion for final approval of those plans and budgets.
This is Matt. I will make that motion.
Jones, second.
Thank you both. We have a motion and a second to approve the Central Montana bundle of plans as presented. Are there any questions on that motion? Anybody need clarity? Anybody in the room? All right, we'll call the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Are there any opposed or abstaining? Central Montana Group, your plans have been approved. Congratulations. We're now going to jump to the best part of the state in southwest Montana, and we're going to start with Helena, and then we're going to do Butte, and we'll see where we are on the clock. So Helena, yours.
Thank you. That's a conflicting statement for me as someone who grew up higher than the High Line in Sunburst, Montana, in central Montana, but proud to be representing Helena in southwest Montana today. My name is Callie Asham, and I am the president and CEO of the Helena Area Chamber of Commerce. I'm so excited to be here today to talk to you about Helena and all that is happening. One of the most important documents that we've leaned into the last 2 years of developing our marketing plan is the brand strategy for Helena that was created through our partnership with Visit Helena and other stakeholders. The boom in Montana tourism, fueled in part by film and television exposure, social media, and an increasingly mobile post-pandemic workforce have combined to bring record crowds and significant development to our state. Until the launch of our aligned brand in 2023, though, Helena has largely navigated this new climate without a well-articulated brand or a cohesive strategy for how to promote its positive attributes. For the FY24 marketing plan, we were led by the brand imperative to act and market with authenticity and to promote inclusivity and diversity in Helena and to promote the Helena community's friendliness towards family and small business. And we were very, very proud of our 2024 warm season campaign. Throughout 2024, and a theme that will carry through 2025, we wanted to showcase Helena's authenticity as a destination and to encourage visitors to vacation like a local. Our warm season campaign highlighted our outdoor recreation with in-town access to 75 miles worth of trails, and Helena is full of wild experiences, from fishing on the nearby Mighty Mo to historic local music venues. We highlighted this campaign with images that spoke to a new generation of visitors looking to venture through our local food and brewery options in our walkable downtown area and to engage those who haven't been to Helena for a while. Another of our brand imperatives was to focus content on the individuals and businesses that make up our community, and we centered these images around real people doing real things in Helena. At the center of what we do is Vision Helena, a group of stakeholders brought together by the development of the brand strategy that includes myself, Andrea Opitz, my partner in Visit Helena and with the Helena Tourism Business Improvement District, Megan Helton with the Downtown Helena Business Improvement District, our friends Brian Obert and Catherine Anderson at the Montana Business Assistance Connection, or MBAC, and representatives from both the City of Helena and the City of East Helena, where most of our growth is happening. The goal of Vision Helena is to work together for a more livable, vibrant, and prosperous Helena area. With these partners, we are having real conversations about the challenges we are facing as a community, how we can take these challenges on together, who we need at the table, and how we can be more effective. These conversations might, at any given time, benefit one organization more than the other, but high tide, all boats rise. Through the building of a public sector coalition between the visitor industry, economic development, and civic organizations, we can curate more immersive destination experiences, manage sustainable visitor growth, promote economic development, and elevate our quality of life and quality of place. Together, we have tackled local issues like parking information throughout our downtown area. We've supported each other in our budget processes by prioritizing visitors and the impact of visitation on our local businesses, and are currently supporting the downtown bid in their work to put in public restroom facilities downtown. What has happened organically, though, and my favorite part, is that this collaboration has created a space where visitation and the impact of the visitor experience on the local economy has become top of mind. And it's really brought together a group truly focused on building a better Helena. We are able to align and act quickly to support our tourism and hospitality partners, whether through MBAC's understanding of funding opportunities and community grants, Visit Helena and their frontline training, or through the Chamber's small business listening sessions. For me, what is most important and what makes this new in Helena is that we have eliminated years of duplication of effort. opened healthy communication lines between our organizations and the cities that we serve, and eliminated the silos where we are all working independently and rarely relying on each other's expertise to make us stronger. The successes we have seen over the past 18 months of working together, no matter how small, is what I am most proud of. And I know we will continue to positively impact the growth of Helena, both through economic development and through our visitor economy. In 2024, an obvious task for our Vision Helena group is the impending opening of Montana's museum in late 2025. As part of our brand strategy to market Helena as Montana's hometown, partnering with the museum and using it to anchor the idea that Helena is a destination and not just a pass-through, we wanted to ensure our place at the table. In January, we gathered a group of stakeholders, including our hospitality partners, local government officials, partners from the museum, and our Vision Helena group to discuss need areas and future planning sessions to support the Historical Society as they work through not only opening the museum, but also finding ways to support Helena and its businesses as visitation increases due to the museum being open. Since this meeting, the museum is at the top of every Vision Helena agenda. Together, we have brainstormed creative ways to market the museum, increase brand awareness so that all of Helena is speaking the same language, and to shore up our hospitality partners in workforce development to ensure our local attractions will be available to increase the length of stay for our museum visitors. We continue to meet with museum stakeholders to determine their marketing efforts and their strategies. And as a group, our ultimate goal is to support Helena and our businesses in increased visitation while marketing our newest attraction. One of the areas that we identified as a need was the lack of visitor data and our inability to uncover business and industry trends in the Helena area. As a solution, we have subscribed to Placer AI. Using this software, for example, we can see the time our visitors spend in the attractions we're promoting, where they head after they leave these attractions, and the routes they take as they traverse Helena. This software has allowed us to come up with creative wayfinding solutions to connect the Capitol complex to the old Governor's Mansion to downtown Helena by defining 6th Avenue as the main corridor. In alignment with our brand strategy, we have used opportunity marketing funds to aid local, large-scale events to market to our incoming visitors, and we include our hospitality partners to encourage our visitors to vacation like a local. We will use Placer as a measuring stick to set a baseline for attendance and track if the marketing has increased visitor participation. Another area where collaboration has increased our ability to increase visitation is through our Helena Air Service Alliance. This partnership that includes stakeholders from Vision Helena and the Helena Regional Airport has worked hard to attract new airlines into our area. Most recently, we've been approached by Breeze Airlines with the possibility of adding a direct flight to Phoenix. With the help of Placer, we were able to identify the number of visitors coming to Helena from the Phoenix area and use that in a presentation. In step with the brand strategy, where our goal is to establish a brand which begets community pride and endorsement, we were delighted when the Helena community stepped up to create an incentive package that included extensive community financial support. While our community is excited at the idea of attracting a flight with local interest, they are also excited at the opportunity to increase visitation, proof that we're finally speaking the same language. For FY25, we will continue to focus most of our funds on paid media and those efforts to support our warm and shoulder season campaigns. The rest of our funds will be split to go towards supporting our opportunity marketing, where we can identify authentic opportunities that enhance visitor experience, and using our marketing resources that include Placer and the STAR report to determine the success of those opportunities. We will use what we've learned over the past 18 months and continue the strong collaborations that promote Helena's unique attributes in a responsible manner to foster year-round sustainable economic and visitor growth for the Helena area. I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you all for your support, and we can't wait to see you in Montana's hometown. Thank you.
Members of the council, any questions for Helena? Joan?
Joan Cronabush. Hi. here, I gotta grab my microphone. I hate not being able to see you. I asked the question, as a follow-up in my comment. What is your brand? You talked about the new brand. What is that?
It's really focused on that Montana's hometown and really pushing that authentic experience. We know that Helena is friendly and welcoming, and we really want to lean into that. So we worked with the group at Sovereign to really come up with language that reflects that and reflects that attitude of being Montana's hometown. And you can come there with the history and, you know, with the local, we have a real entrepreneurial spirit there. And so it feels, you know, like people's home. And I think that with the history and with the authenticity sort of our local attractions, that's really what we created the brand around.
Thank you.
Your presentation included a conversation about the museum, which is obviously at the stage where it's fun to talk about. It seems like it's taken a long time, and it will certainly have an impact on Helena. For the sake of the record, and I'm not sure if Jenny's still here. Maybe tell me. Jenny's listening. Okay. Maybe there's a question that needs to be moved forward for further discussion. Bed tax was a source of funding for the museum. And it's my understanding that that bill allowed for that funding to continue through December of 2024. Is that correct?
That's what I understand, that it's sunset at the legislative session.
So that's in the middle of the fiscal year that we're planning for. Now, so the question comes to mind as to what happens post December 2024, with the 1% funding. And none of the budgets that we've approved contemplate any additional funds coming from that 1%. So I think we all have to make sure on our radar is what we're doing and what the department's doing and what the legislator's doing and what all players might be doing or thinking about that 1% funding, because very shortly the current definition will change. Okay, and it appears to be an unknown as to what will go. Is there anybody here that can help me with that? Jamie, I think you're there. Okay. All right, so it's on the record. Let's keep it on our mind and let's make sure that we're all listening for the answers. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Butte, if you are ready, the table is yours.
Hello. Are you ready for me?
As soon as Todd's ready, as soon as you see your slides, then go ahead, Stephanie.
Okay. I'm Stephanie Serini, and I am the Executive Director at the Butte Chamber of Commerce and have been probably for the last 11 years. And now I've been the Interim Director for the last few months of the Convention and Visitor Bureau Director of Tourism. And I have to tell you, it has been quite an experience. It's been new words that I never used before, some not very good, some very new to me. This was just not my vocabulary, lingo, some of the words that people use in tourism. And I have to say, after being here today, listening to what everyone has to say, not only do I want to go to each one of your communities and experience all the wonderful things that you have to do, but boy, the hard work that everyone is doing, it really, truly, you know, makes Montana the last best place. So very happy to be in this world now of tourism. And not that we didn't do it before at the Chamber, but it was just at a different level that I was doing. And so very proud of the work everyone's doing and very excited to be here today. And I hope at the end of the day, you are going to be an ambassador for Butte as we will be for your community. And so I'm going to tell you what excites me about Butte. So Butte is where history comes alive. Butte boasts a vibrant past that is as colorful as it is compelling. We have a diverse culture with a mix of arts, music, festivals, with local eateries, breweries, distilleries, and of course our great outdoors. We have 13 trailheads that lead to the Continental Divide Trail. And these are just the start of what makes Butte exciting. So I hope that by the time I'm done, I'm going to educate you on something new and different. So the one thing that is with the Butte events. This one is right here is some events that we have going on in Butte, and that through digital marketing and targeted marketing, we have seen an increase in attendance at all of our events that we have. And so the ones that we have coming up, I'm going to just do them in order, is in mid-June, we have the Uptown Hoops. It's a 3-on-3 basketball tournament where we're seeing kids come from all over to participate. The next is one of the biggest things Butte boasts is, I should say one of many, but is the largest and best fireworks show hosted by Town Pump. It brings people from all over. It brings them in, a couple days beforehand, fills our hotels. It's just a big event in Butte. And then, of course, is the next one. It's called the 2024 Dream Big Montana Experience. It is an event where Colt Anderson, who was a football player at Butte High, was a walk-on for the Grizzlies, then went and played 9 years in the NFL, coached the Bengals, and now is one of the new coaches for the Tennessee Titans. It was an event that was in the Flathead that he worked with Doug Betters, who was a professional football player, and was part of it. And Doug wanted him to keep this event in the Flathead. And he said, no, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it in Butte. And so it only made sense. So it has grown over the last 5 years with bringing in talent from all over the United States and visitors through Montana. Yesterday was registration for the skills camp for kids, and it sold out. So we're seeing that people really see the value in coming to Butte for these activities. The next one is the Folk Festival, the Montana Folk Festival. Is such a huge event, a free event in Butte. If you haven't attended, I always recommend everyone does. It is just one of those things that once you experience it, you'll come back year after year. We see people from all 50 states that come into the visitor center and from around the country. This year it's going to be held on July 12th through 14th. The next one is the Butte 100 mountain bike races. It is a bike race that is 3 different races, the 50, the 100, and the 25. This year we have racers coming from 27 different states and 4 different countries. We've seen an increase in participation and registration, volunteers, and people that just come and watch. So that'll be at the end of July on July 20th. When we think of outdoor recreation, we think of Thompson Park. It is 25 miles of non-motorized trails where people from all over Montana come to experience it and ride those trails. They hike it, mountain bike it, and it's just fabulous. In August, we have Anrira, which is our Irish festival. Again, we see people from all over the United States. This year, when we were asked to think of things that were new and exciting that is going on in our community or that excites us, this one is very exciting. It's called The Wall That Heals. It was done in Kalispell last year, but this year this is the only place that'll be held in the Pacific Northwest. It will be Labor Day weekend with, and it's a Vietnam Wall replica. It will be brought in by 300 to 500 motorcyclists will escort the semi-truck that is bringing the wall into Butte. We are very excited to be able to host this with thoughts of bringing in, more than 25,000 people into our community that weekend. Our team is working extremely hard to make certain everyone is aware of this, and what a wonderful opportunity for Butte to be able to host this. Another new event that we have coming in January, it's called North by Northwest. It's a winter festival. This will be the first time we host it. It'll be a film, arts, comedy, music festival. And very excited to be able to host this one in the wintertime. We do another one called Snowflinga, but when Snowflinga gets people out active in the community, but this will be an opportunity during our shoulder season to do something great and fun in Butte. So we're looking forward to hosting that. Some other things that we have done that also excites us, which everything I think excites us because it is always such a joy living in Butte with so much going on, is our puzzle that we're unveiling on July 2nd. It's called the Butte America Puzzle. It is by a renowned folk artist named Eric Dowdle. He's out of Utah, and he chose Butte to be his 422nd puzzle. So he'll be coming to our community on July 2nd to unveil this puzzle, and it'll be a community event. But what we're doing with it is to make it a great experience for our travelers and visitors from far away, is to do a trolley tour where they get to go to the places that are on the puzzle and get to experience Butte and see what it has to offer. As we know, it's such a historical place and people want to come and know the history. Well, with the puzzle and the trolley, we're able to make it an experience for our travelers. We have 2 other events that we do using our trolley, and it's a Spooks and Spirits trolley ghost tour. This, I believe, is our about 5th year that we have done it, and we have seen people come from as far as Florida. We get a lot from Washington. We get a lot from Idaho that come in and do these tours. We do them for the month of October. They are always sold out. So when we were looking at what visitors wanted when they came to Butte, we realized in the evening there are great restaurants and, like I said, distilleries, breweries, but they needed some action. They wanted something to do. So then we created another trolley ghost tour, but it's called Whispers from the Grave, and it will start actually tonight. And it will be an opportunity for visitors to come and do a little ghost hunting and also experience the graves and the stories behind them. So when we think of things for our visitors to do, we still have the music on Main in the evening on Thursday nights, and anything we can do to keep our visitors there longer is what's important. If they can come in on Wednesday and go to the ghost tours, and then Thursday the music on Main and the festivals and what we have going on the weekend, that is our goal, is to keep people there a little bit longer. And then this has been a project that our economic development team, the chamber, the CVB, and some other people have been working on for years, and we're finally at the point where we're going to execute it. So we're very excited about this because we feel that when visitors come into your town, they need something beyond Google Maps to be able to get places. We feel that they need to understand where our attractions are, how to get to the visitors, the businesses. And by seeing everything that there is to do in Butte, we can keep them there a little bit longer. And so we have just now implemented, and hopefully they will be done in the next few months, is our wayfinding signs. It's been a great project for us to work on, and like I said, it's something that excites us. So not only is it aesthetic and nice for visitors to come in and look at, but hopefully we can keep them there a little bit longer. And then I wanted to introduce Kelly Hazlett. She is our new Director of Tourism. She has only been with us for about 2 weeks, and I've been very lucky that she's been able to get on the calls and learn everything that I'm learning with her. So we're very fortunate that we have very big shoes to fill, with Maria Portavina being in the position for the last 12 years. And having Kelly here, she was born and raised in Butte and has traveled with work all over and worked all over, but we're very happy to have her back home in Butte and taking on this marketing position as the new Director of Tourism. So you'll be dealing with her as we move forward. And like I said, it was a very good learning experience for me, and it gave me such an appreciation for everything that everyone does for our communities and our state. So that's all we have for today.
Members of the council, do you have questions for Butte?
Joan, what did Bill say? Joan?
Alicia, are you first, or Joe? Go ahead, Joe.
Bill McGlattery, former TAC member, sent me a text message this morning and said that Stephanie is very nervous, but we just hope that everyone is very nice to her. And I said, we are a kinder, gentler TAC, and many of you know what that means. So you did very well, Stephanie. Thank you. And welcome, Kelly. Thank you.
Stephanie, this is Alicia. It's a pleasure, been a pleasure working with you on this plan. Well done.
Thank you.
On your KPIs. And so we don't need to meet again.
after
Thank
this.
I loved meeting with you all and Barb's help, but I must say, I'm looking forward just to going back to my little chamber world where it's so different. And I love tourism so much, but there's a lot more to it than I ever realized. So I appreciate the time you all invested in us to get us here today.
Very good. Excited to have our new tourism director in as well.
Excited.
There are some cleanup efforts that still need to be done on Stephanie's plan. So we can talk about that when we make the motion. But other than that, I don't have any other questions.
Was that the new, even after last night's, I submitted?
Yeah, we just need to have you delete a few things.
Oh, God. So, well, I deleted actually too much, and then I had to go back and redo it. It was quite a journey.
You're good. We'll work with Barb, but that's really it.
Okay, cool.
Deleting some things from it that you don't need yet. Yeah,
I can do it.
Alicia, I just wanted to say thank you for not saying out with the old and in with the new.
I almost did. Maria, I came.
I know, I could tell.
And Bill McGlattery gave me a great story, and I almost used that one too. And I'm like, just keep it professional.
Well, speaking of the old and the new, I wanted to formally welcome you, Kelly, and we are looking forward to spending more time with you. And I believe that you will be a great asset to the Butte community. So thank you for coming back, and thank you for coming back to Montana Tourism. Hearing no questions, I think you guys are off the hot seat. Thank you. And you survived. It was okay.
Survived, I did it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we are looking at approximately 10 minutes to 4. It would be my recommendation that we stop here if you don't object.
Thank you, Mike. I do not object. I bet there's no one in the room that would object. We will start bright and early at 8 a.m. tomorrow. And I think, Alex, do you have anything else to add? Alex with Visit Billings about our evening function, or anybody from Billings?
Did anybody put a tag on Alex?
All right. Anybody else from Billings that would like to chat about the event tonight? Well, we'll see you at Zoo Montana at 5 o'clock. Very good. And we'll start again tomorrow morning, bright and early with Mike. Who are we going to start with?
We'll start with Anaconda tomorrow morning.
Very good. Do I have a motion? I would like to propose a motion to adjourn the first day of the June Tourism Advisory Council. Do I have a first?
Faber, so moved.
Thank you, Faber. Do I have a second?
This is Haley with a second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Abstention. Well, we are adjourned. See you tomorrow. See you at Zoo Montana, and then 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.